time, one at Wembley, and one at Tottenham Hotspur. Opponents and dates will be announced later, but the Seahawks are a potential candidate here. They play the Commanders on the road this year.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
The theme of our first hour is youth movement. Youth movement. Coming up at 10:30, we're going to talk about all the young Mariners we're really excited to see make their debut this year and why it's especially fun waiting for those guys when you're not counting on them to win you games, right? When you've got a great core and a great veteran group, it's a little easier to go, oh, and then you get this on top of it. But we're going to start.
It's nothing like a great core. I haven't had one of those since I was like 28. Dad joke.
God, you got too many. You and Curtis sometimes just go back and forth with them all the time. We're also going to talk about the Seahawks. A bit of a different storyline here. Still talking about very much a youth movement, but for a different reason. The Seahawks have absolutely knocked it out of the park over the last couple of years in the draft. Okay. You've got Gray Zabel, Nick Imanwari, Byron Murphy, Devin Witherspoon, JSN, the latter two in the same draft, obviously. Derek Hall and Boye have been big contributors, taken in 23 and 22. Of course, you got Charles Cross, Ken Walker, both your tackles, Abe Lucas and Charles Cross, actually. There are guys set to hit free agency that you may lose out that I would even count as, Rick Woolen was a great draft pick. He was a fifth rounder. He was
Despite
a great
what people think.
Despite what people think, a fifth rounder, he gave you more than the average fifth round pick is going to give you. Than the average draft pick sometimes, regardless, because it's kind of a lottery. So that's the truth. But how do you keep it going when you're not looking at an especially strong draft class and when you don't have a lot of picks? Take a listen to John Schneider from the Combine.
You have to evaluate every class, and so we evaluated this class as, okay, well, 25 is going to be stronger than 26, 27 maybe stronger than, and it's not the individual players, it's kind of the collective, like the whole group, and so that's, why you saw us make some of the decisions we made.
Overall, 2026 draft class is why we moved more draft picks than in years past. Well, that sounds like you maybe can't replenish in quite the same way. If you're sitting at pick 32, do you trade that pick?
At 32, you got to wait and see what happens in front of you, honestly. At 32, you're seeing who moved up, who moved back. You're looking at your board. You're trying to figure out, all right, is our guy still going to be there? At 32, last year, you were looking at Nick Imanwari and saying, all right, well, he was 33, but, around the same pick. We might have a guy who's still there. So, no, at 32, you're waiting, man. The top, 5 picks, 10 picks are the most aggressive picks. After that, it's a domino effect. So, I think there's a possibility you trade out. There's a possibility you try to move up. It's all about who's available and your, I guess, your want. Like, how bad do I want this player at that pick?
It is kind of worth it to take a step back and realize how much contribution they've gotten in consecutive classes. And I don't just mean back-to-back. I mean go at 22, 23, 24, 25. You've made picks that have become starters in each of those groups.
Yeah, when you look at what's happened late in the draft, the main pick is what you're talking about is, say you look at a Rick Woolen, right? I think Rick Woolen in the 5th round was like a project type of dude, right? And this is what you got out of him. Despite what people think, I think people don't appreciate what Rick has done over the past, 4 seasons. But that was a value pick. So now you look at your 2nd round picks. You got Derek Hall, value pick. You got Boye Mafe, who's going to get paid. You got Ken Walker, who's going to get paid. All 2nd round picks. That's where it gets tricky. Everyone we talked to over the past few years is like, all right, well, after pick 15, they kind of all get lumped in together, right? There's only so many elite players in the draft, just like there's only so many elite players in the NFL. You can pick 5 receivers, 5 running backs, 5 quarterbacks. Any position, there's 5 guys who are the creme de la creme. So no, after that, it's about fit. So I think at 32, you're sitting, you're waiting and seeing if all right, we have our board, and John said that they shrunk their board a little bit, right? He's not. I can imagine what it looked like before they shrunk that thing. It's probably like 60 players on the board, and a quarter of them you don't really even know. You're just throwing up there because of the scouts. So I think I'm interested to see what this process looks like, because he shrunk it last year, it feels like. I think even this year he might even shrink it a bit more. But I think that's good for business, man, because you get your kind of guy. At Eastern Washington, my white son went there, and
you need to start clarifying that your white son is Efton Chisholm III, who you trained.
Chisholm III.
Patriots wide receiver.
Yeah, my guy. My white son, Efton Chisholm III, he went there, and he used to come home with a EKG. And typically, I thought that was like the EKG test where they test like your.
Truly, I was nodding, assuming that's what we were talking about.
Eastern kind of guy.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was hard.
I think the Seahawks, SKG, Seahawks kind of guy, they've done a good job at finding their kind of guy. So at 32, that's what you're looking at. You're not going to find an elite player like that. Obviously, a good football player because he's in the draft and he's being considered at the 32 pick, but a Seahawk kind of guy. That's where they are now. They're not looking for someone to save them anymore. They're looking for their guy.
I do want to point out that a lot of the picks we're talking about that have really worked out are first rounders and high second rounders. Okay, so before I say what I'm going to say, I can recognize that Nick and Manwari, they packaged a second and I think a third together to trade up and take him at 35. I mean, he was so close to being a first rounder. Gray Zabel, obviously a first rounder. Devin Witherspoon, JSN, a first rounder. Charles Cross, a first rounder. So when I'm about to say trade back, it's not without recognizing that you have a better shot at getting a talented guy the earlier you draft.
Yeah.
I don't like sitting at 4 picks. And I don't want to see, even if this draft class is weak, I think that's, no, I'm no draft expert, but like, to me, what I hear when I hear GMs say that is that you always want more bites at the apple, but that maybe this is a class where you're looking for depth at certain places, or maybe you're just kind of like rolling the dice on certain guys, that maybe you don't have as many first-round grades as you would in another year, but it doesn't mean that there's not plenty of talent there and plenty of opportunity there and some really intriguing guys on tape. I would be tempted if I were John Schneider, not only in not using any of my draft picks in trades for veterans right now, but in trading back from 32 and in continuing to rack up those picks.
What do we know about John, though?
That he likes to trade back?
He flips 4 into 6.
Yeah.
6 into 10. Like, this is what he does. But this is different, though. I mean, I haven't covered this team the way we do now off of a Super Bowl championship, right? I've covered them off of a playoff loss or not making the playoffs. So they've had to be aggressive when it comes to like turning 6 into 11 picks. I'm going to be interested to see how they do it this year. Like, is there the same sense of urgency? And we have to wait and see what happens with Rashid and Kobe and all these guys, right? I think that determines how aggressive they are in this draft. But what we do know about John is that when he needs to, he will trade back and he'll turn 6 into 9, 9 into 10 when it comes to picks. So no, this is a different place to be. He's been here before, obviously, because of the Super Bowl championships back in 13 and 14. But this is different, and he's matured. Right back then, he was what, mid 40s maybe.
John, when
early
he first
40s?
came on,
yeah,
I think 40.
You know,
40,
he's
39,
he's
40,
he's
41.
matured a bit now.
Yeah.
Like, things have changed. So I want to see how he attacks this one.
Someone said, Bump, the Seahawks are great at turning the creme de la you-know-what into creme de la creme. It also seems they're great at evaluating who to draft and develop and who to let go. Yes, but they haven't always been, and that's not a knock on John Schneider at all. At all. In fact, I've been singing his praises all year long. What I'm doing instead is highlighting talking about the 2026 class, not having a ton of picks and it not being a great class. To me, while we're on this theme of the youth movement, just reiterates how much they have to take advantage of this window. And I know it sounds dumb to say take advantage of the window when you just won a Super Bowl. Like, duh, hello. But I don't want to take for granted the success they've had in their draft classes in 25, 4, 3, and 2. Because I also remember that 2014 didn't give you much. And 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. You know what I mean? You can look at certain guys, DK in 2019, Tyler Lockett and Frank Clark in 2015. Like, there were certainly guys that you found. But you had a lot of misses There was a period of time when we were talking about L.J. Collier, Rashad Penny, like none of these guys working out. Malik McDowell, who never even played for you, not a first-round pick, but still. I have loved what they've been able to do. I think it also reminds us that sometimes there's going to be a class where you aren't able to find that, where you aren't able to hit on absolutely everything. And that's okay, but take advantage of the guys you have now, have them continue to develop. And in my opinion, it's why I'm very pro, like, more bites at the apple in terms of not trading them away and using them to continue to trade back. If you don't do what you did with LJ Collier when you were like, well, we need an edge because let's say we lost Boye Mafe in free agency. Let's say hypothetically DeMarcus Lawrence. Well, let's take this guy at 32. No, that's what got you into that trouble in the first place.
Yeah, I mean you're right, because what's the draft? It's just a lottery. Mm-hmm. You're hoping that this pans out. You're hoping that your evaluation is correct when it comes to certain players. So it's the more bites at the apple. Yeah, I'll take that for sure, because with 4 picks right now is where they're at. You got to hit, because you're going to lose some main pieces to this team this year, and that's the beauty of the draft, man. It's just it shows like the other half of football, right? The main thing is coaches, players on the field, executing, winning games, losing games. The other half is upstairs, the people you don't know. Lil Bobby's uncle is up there scouting players right now.
Lil Bobby's everywhere.
He's everywhere. Lil Bobby's uncle is up there scouting players right now, and you don't know who he is. You don't know where he comes from. You don't know his football background, but he might be a driving force to where it hits on a player. Like, who's the guy? I'm sure John had a big say in this, and Mike Macdonald, but who's the guy that first said Nick Imawari? Right. Look at this kid. Right. Like, look at this dude from South Carolina. If he's available, we got to go get this guy. I'm sure John, and Mike, obviously had a say in this, but there's somebody in that department who scouted this kid out. Who's Mills? Who's the guy who saw Mills and was like, you know what? We like this dude. So it's this is where the collars come in, right? The scouts, the button-ups. This is where they come in and they shine and they have some type of influence. And it's that time of year, especially because you've won a Super Bowl and everyone's value has gone up, so you can't keep everybody.
Well, that's how you got to the Super Bowl. Like, yes, there were very great free agent signings. Sam Darnold, chief among them, but DeMarcus Lawrence and Cooper Kupp were part of that. Great midseason trades with Leonard Williams and Ernest Jones and Rashid Shaheed. Like, just knocking out of the – John has knocked it out of the park with midseason trades in general. He really doesn't take missteps there. But these drafts and these young players have been part of your path that's gotten you there. And you've absolutely made it work. What approach do you take when you're looking at a slightly different landscape this time around? So that's, I think, an interesting question that we're going to be continuing to talk about with this team as we move into the offseason. Anytime we're talking about hypothetical trades for, Max Crosby, we heard he wasn't going to be traded. But anytime we're talking about hypothetical trades for veterans or whether or not you trade up or do anything or whether or not there's a guy you like in the draft that you want to, just keep in mind they don't have a ton to work with. And he's mentioned they're already pretty high on 2027 as opposed to 26. So kind of a different landscape this time around.
Yeah, they're looking ahead. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, especially when you're evaluating quarterbacks, right? That's the position where you're really looking like 27, 28, and you're looking at your situation. But as a department, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to compare what you have in-house already, what's on your roster, and what is in the near future. You think they weren't prepared for Boye Mafe to be ready to dip, or for Kobe to be ready to dip? No, they've been preparing for this, and they're trying to line it up with what's available. That's what determines contracts and all that good stuff. So, yeah, man, this is it's a weird place to be. We've never been here before. Mm-hmm. You and I, at least, on the Bump Stacy Show, right? 4 years, I think. It was 4 years in June. We've been doing this. We've never been here. So it's interesting to go through this process with them and try to figure out what the next move is.
Absolutely agree. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, rewrite!
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, Adam Schefter reports the 49ers could release left tackle Trent Williams if they're unable to restructure his $39 million cap hit. What's the real headline?
The first 49er to miss time with 2 healthy hamstrings. Now, he might actually not have two
Nah,
fully healthy.
He's like
One's probably
36,
sore.
37.
Those
thing's sore.
hamstrings
Yeah, do some
probably come in
stretching.
pieces now. Interesting situation there for the 49ers, though, who are very much still, and I think consider themselves in their window. Trent Williams has been a stalwart for them on that offensive line, their best lineman, and now looking at making – it's kind of a reminder, like you said, Bump, when you were ranting and raving yesterday about everyone complaining about JSN, and you were like, every team does this. Every offseason, every NFL team that's trying to compete has a really tough decision to make or someone that they lose. It's just the nature of the game.
Trent has been an OG in this game. I think he still has some good football left in him. We shall see where he ends up. If he wants to play, he still will play, man. And it's about being healthy for him. Man, was he 37?
36.
36? So he's dang near
me look
60
that up.
when it comes to
I said that too confidently.
to real life type stuff, man. Trent Williams is a dog. And if he were healthy, if that 49ers team was healthy, here's what I will say, man.
37.
37?
You were right.
If that team was completely healthy, who knows or whatever. Like the NFC West is already super competitive.
Yeah.
And Trent Williams not being healthy is a big part. George Kittle, obviously, and some other pieces. But he's still one of the best in the game at 37 years of age.
Oh, I'm sure that's what 49ers fans are telling themselves.
All day.
They're playing a lot of the what-if game with like, well, if the 49ers were healthy, we actually would have absolutely throttled the Seahawks and Rams. It wouldn't have been close. But like, we basically won a Lombardi is what I'm sure their fans are telling. Like that substation kept us away from a trophy.
Property.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, people don't talk about the Niners drought enough. They talk about the Cowboys. Niners are right
It's like
there
32
with them.
years now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're right there with them.
They really are. You know what? Actually, the Niners are lucky that the Cowboys have them by, what, one
Like a
year?
Yeah. Yeah, they went.
2 years?
49ers won at 95. Cowboys won at 96.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Have the
then-
Cowboys been back, though?
wait.
Because the Niners keep going back, but they just can't win it.
So
That's
the
a very good
Cowboys-
point. That's a very good
The
point. yeah.
Cowboys' Super Bowl drought is shorter by a year than the 49ers.
But their championship, NFC
Right,
championship.
yeah, they have the longest
yeah,
one.
Yeah.
Couple banners. Hang them up.
What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the Cardinals and Kyler Murray have reportedly not spoken since the end of Arizona's season, per ESPN's Josh Weinfuss. What's the real headline?
Have they tried contacting him on Xbox Live?
I think they get through. Yeah.
Reach out.
That's where he always
Yeah.
is.
Join the party.
Yeah, Kyler, it's me. Hi, Kyler.
Let's meet him in the lobby.
Yeah. Is it you? It's me, Mike.
This
as
situation
well.
reminds me when I was in college. I came home, right, and I started dating this chick, and we were like summer official. Like, this is my girlfriend for the summer, right? And then she goes to
Summer
college.
love.
I go to
It's
summer love.
romantic.
She goes to college. I go to college, and we just don't talk, and it just ended.
Wow.
This is what this
You
reminds
guys
me
could still
of.
be together,
Hey.
as far as we know.
Yeah, you didn't
Technically-
break it off.
Technically,
Whoa.
Wow.
I got a girlfriend right now.
So you're
Send
cheating
out an
on
olive
her.
branch.
Exactly.
You're cheating on her.
But this reminds me of, it's like, all right, well, it's over. No one's going to say anything.
Wait,
it's not
hang
official, but
on.
it's over.
No, I have follow-up questions. So the last conversation you guys had was just like a cool see you later,
Like,
and
see
then
you
you never
later.
talked
It was
to her
like
again?
I'll hit you up when I, get to college
Oh,
or whatnot.
okay, it was
Then
like
we
the end
talked
of
for like a week, and it was like, yeah.
Okay, I
just
thought it.
kinda
I thought it
faded
was
out.
like a very much like yeah, cool. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
And
then
you
guys
just both
never.
ghost each
No.
other.
No, we went to college thinking we were together, but she was at Moorhead State in like Kentucky.
Yeah.
And I was in Washington. It's like, yeah, that's not gonna work.
Do you think she tells the same story with her friends? And she's like, yeah, there was this guy that I was talking to, and we never even officially broke it off. I just never reached back
I
out
hope
to
she
him.
glamorizes the heck out of that, man. I hope she was like, he was my love, because we went to high school together. Like,
You're
I knew
her
her for
Great
a
White
long
Buffalo.
time. Yeah.
The
Knew her
one
for a
that
long
got
time.
away.
You're the one that got away.
Exactly.
Everyone is someone's great white buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you're
believe that.
hers.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
What
gonna
else?
remember that way.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's the best thing to do. I was going to say something here. Oh, it was making fun of myself. And it was that while this was my favorite of our headline rewrites, I actually had to ask Curtis for help. Ian, you weren't there because I didn't know. I don't play video games. I'm not a gamer. So the joke, I was like, Curtis, the joke I want to tell is that the Cardinals have to reach out through like Call of Duty. What's that called? And I was like, is it a Call of Duty forum? Like, how are they reaching out?
Forum?
So Curtis had to help me with the headline rewrite because I didn't know what it was called.
Xbox Live.
You
While
knew
we're
what I was
here,
getting at with
RIP
the joke.
to the Xbox. They're going to sun-down the Xbox. Very, very sad.
Why-
Time to
why?
go.
What?
I don't know.
No.
Microsoft is
Sorry to
bailing
all the nerds.
on Xbox.
Yeah.
What? Hold on. What?
I thought that Xbox.
It's
So they're
Something about-
retiring the console name.
And, like, they're switching switching like all the apps to AI. I don't really know.
That sounds
That's
lame.
It makes me too
very-
mad to actually read about
Wait,
it.
so will the Xbox still exist, but under a different name, kind of like Twitter, where it's still Twitter?
If they do what to the Xbox, what they've done to Twitter,
That's so
Gonna be
confusing
really,
because I
really
thought
mad.
that
You know what's funny
Xbox and
about this,
PlayStation were like
Curtis?
the two main things.
My man hasn't lived through Sega Genesis.
No, none of that. N64.
So he's like,
N64.
wow.
What was
My
Sega
childhood is
Saturn?
dying.
Oh, don't
Yeah.
forget the GameCube.
GameCube.
yeah.
Shout out to my people out there who had a GameCube.
Ian's distraught right now. What am I gonna do? No Xbox.
Yeah, I bet you never had to blow on a
Headline
cartridge to get it to work. Yeah.
Never.
Even I had to do that. That loser.
Headline
For you.
number 3 for the first time this Cactus League season. Cal Raleigh going yard.
Here comes the pitch to Cal. Swung on, lasered center field, hit well, held back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. Cal Raleigh's first one of the spring. Number 1 for Cal Raleigh. That big blast ties it. The first of many we will see this year from Big Dumper.
What's the real headline?
Ooh, you know that pressure's on when we're counting Cactus League games. You know that Cal is going to be facing league-wide, just binoculars right on him when first home run of Cactus League. We're like, everyone, this is on MLB.com.
Didn't Gary call number 62?
I know Aaron got to call it.
Aaron got
I don't
60?
know I don't know if Gary got number 60.
Yeah.
Well, it's about
someone
time.
en route,
It's about
someone
time, Cal. What took you so long? We're
Yeah,
deep into
seriously.
the Cactus League.
I was worried he'd be regressing.
What I want to
He
know
went 0 for the other day.
is
Come on.
that guy who had the dump 61 here, does he have to start over at 1 now? Does he have to make 1 through 61 shirts again?
What? I think he's only
61.
got 60.
I think he started at 58.
Yeah.
Wow, so you're saying he's
he's a bandwagoner.
yeah.
No, I'm
he's
saying
a cloud
he
chaser.
had full faith, like not a doubt in his mind that Cal would get to minimum 50, and then he was like, all right, now he needs some motivation.
I gotta make some. Now I gotta make some shirts.
I've got to make
here.
like a target for him. Like
I'm
now,
just
now he
saying.
needs someone in his corner.
I'm just saying, real Calhead. They're
That's-
starting over at shirt number
A
1.
real calzone.
Yeah.
Someone said, you really think everybody is somebody's great white buffalo? Let me tell you guys a theory that I have. Tell me if I'm wrong. Someone that you don't know likes you, or likes you know, they like you as a person. They don't make that clear. Maybe they had a crush on you. You're the one that got away, whatever. And someone you don't know hates you. Two
Someone
extremes.
we don't know hates
Yeah,
me?
like there's someone that
there's
you
someone on the
don't.
text lines that
There's
hates me
someone
right
you don't
now.
even think about that can't stand you, and I don't mean like me and you. I mean everyone
Oh.
listening and everyone. This is a universal truth. Someone you don't think about can't stand you, and someone that you probably don't think about actually really misses you and really liked you, and you're their great white buffalo.
I got one guy. Like, I'm sure someone out there hates me, but there's one dude I know for a fact hates me.
What? Who? What'd you do?
I coached this kid. He thought his kid was like D1 bound. And I told him, like, no, he's not D1 bound. His kid gets into school on a GI Bill and walks on to a university. He's like, I told you. And I'm like, no, it's a GI Bill. The kid quits after 1 semester. And I didn't even say nothing to him. I'm just like, I told you. I told you. But that's the one dude I know hates me for sure.
Do you think he hate watches like your Instagram reels and like everything? Like he's
Oh,
still just like, oh, I hate this guy.
This dude, I used to follow him. He used to post on his story like subliminals. Like, I know he's talking about me.
Subtweets and
I
stuff.
know he's talking about me.
That's crazy.
But life is good, baby. If you're listening, life is good.
You're listening to me, and I'm not listening to you.
That's exactly. Think about it. Anyways, I promise that I'm going to end it with the latter part, which is someone out there, you're someone's great white buffalo. Everyone listening. Someone
Everyone.
out there likes you more than you realize.
Christian.
The 206. It's very, very easy to be excited about the Mariners' young talent, and that's exactly why we're talking about it next on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Doesn't last October feel like it was just yesterday?
Listen to the roar of the crowd again.
The journey to making this fall the best ever starts now.
Down in Peoria at Mariners spring training.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com.
It's the newest Mariner, Brendan Donovan.
Already from walking in this door, just the buzz and the culture and the standard of what's expected of people here is really high.
We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
High five. Up top.
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Sully here, and you know I've talked to a lot of businesses over the years, but the folks at Buc-ee's, they're the real deal. For over 50 years, they've treated neighbors like family with honest pricing, expert service, and repairs done right, guaranteed. They've also earned a Carfax Preferred designation. That means you get detailed updates, service reminders, and your full repair history right at your fingertips. 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing. Visit Buc-ee's.com today and drive with confidence.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems, very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and have to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We're talking about kind of a youth movement for both the Mariners and Seahawks for our first hour. But what I also want to get to very much is someone feeling not so young and spry today. Bump, would you care to tell us how your day was yesterday? What happened? What happened last night and this morning? Ian, Curtis, have you heard this story?
No.
Oh,
no,
great.
I'm not.
Okay,
This
first
is
time.
new news to me.
Oh, I just heard about it during the break.
I went to my my friend's
put you on the
birthday
spot.
party last night.
Uh-oh.
Angie, she turned 21.
For anyone listening, no.
I don't hang out with 21-year-olds, by the way. And my guy Lofa was there. We have a dark.
Tutupu,
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I don't know any
51.
other Lofas.
Of Seahawks fame?
51. And our dart crew was there. I do a dart league, and we were there. And, they know how to get down. So I had a long night.
Can I interrupt you to say that just in an I was right moment, Bump mentioned yesterday during a break that you were going to this party and Lofa was there and you said, I can't let it be a long night.
Nah.
Because I know Lofa's going to find me.
Hey.
Lofa, and I said, yes, it will, Bump. I guarantee you.
It's not just Lofa, like our dart crew. And it's like United Nations. You got a black man, you got a Samoan, you got an Asian guy, you got a white girl, and a Mexican guy.
That's a wonderful dart league.
We walked through it. People were looking at us all crazy. But yeah, it was a long one. So then I got up early because I'm like, all right, man, I still got to go get my workout on and do my thing. And I get here earlier than I usually get here. And I know that G. Scott showers before I shower downstairs. So I texted him. I go, hey, I'm here early. I don't want to inconvenience you. Are you showering today? And he goes, I can't wait to hear your story. That's all he said. And I go, all right, well, he must be waiting. So I hurried up and got out, and G is sitting there waiting for me. What happened last night, bruh? What happened last night? So I told him the whole story. But yeah, it was long. I'm too old for this.
Wait.
Too old.
G was sitting in the shower room?
Not in the shower room.
Because it's a glass window down there.
No.
You guys are a little,
Okay, when you told this to me, I thought G walked in on
Just
you in
sitting
the
on the
shower.
bench.
No.
Okay.
He was. I
Wow,
opened
that story
the door.
was crazier before you told it.
Opened the door. He's sitting in the cubicle. I can't even see him. I just hear him. What's up, bruh? I'm like, okay, there he is. All right, G,
Bump
what's up?
just hung over, fresh out of a
Goodness
shower
gracious.
at work. I thought G ran into you in there, and you guys had an accidental.
No, you
like,
locked the
oh,
door.
No. Okay, right.
You
totally.
locked the door.
Got it. Someone said, hit me up if you ever need a dart player, Bump.
Oh, yeah?
Good to know.
All right.
I can throw darts, too.
I'm sure you can throw them, but are you accurate?
Wow.
Dang.
How dare you assume that I'm not also in a dart league.
Look, I watch you throw things into the garbage.
I made
all
one
the time.
yesterday. No, I actually did make it into the garbage yesterday, and you can't even lie on that.
It's always backboard, though. It's never just net.
Michael Van Gerwen over here.
It's easy to get excited about the Mariners' young talent when the veteran core is so great. That's the point that I wanted to get to. I think that in past years, the Mariners have been, and Jerry Dipoto has been great with drafting, developing, acquiring really exciting young talent. Not all of those guys have stayed healthy. We were all excited about Evan White before he got hurt. We were all excited about Kyle Lewis, but he couldn't stay healthy. Like there's been guys even that didn't work out that we were all excited about. So I will give them credit there. However, it has been hard for me to be quite as excited as probably the Mariners have been when the team hasn't been really competitive and super deep. Because you just start thinking, well, God, like, yeah, these guys are really cool, but I don't want to depend on a platoon of 21 and 22-year-olds. Like, I'd love to get some real guys in here raking. That's, I think, why I'm so excited about this group right now, Bump. Not only are they genuinely very exciting players, Cole Emerson, Laz Montez, your two, Ryan Sloan, Cade Anderson, like these genuinely great players, high prospects. But it is so much easier to get excited about those guys when they're complementing a contending roster.
Yeah, that's the thing. We were talking about this roster yesterday actually, and someone texted in. They're like, Bump, 1 through 4 is the reason why we're excited. And then you add in the young prospects who can help out. I told, who was it? Adam Jude. I was like, yeah, Les Montez, 6'5", 210. He goes, he's not 210, Bump. That dude like 250.
That guy's ready to be a tight end.
Yeah, he's ready to go right now. But the reason why we're so excited about those guys is because you're not asking them to come in and save the day. If we were asking rookies to come in and save the day, baseball's the worst sport for rookies to come save the day. Unless you're just an arm, you're on the mound. If you're a position player, you never ask a rookie to come and save the day. Football, you can do it. Basketball, you can do it. Soccer, you can do it. But not baseball. It's too skilled of a sport. So the reason why we're even more excited about these guys is because you have Julio, you have Cal, you have Josh, you brought in Donovan, you have a rotation. You got even Dom Kenzo, Luke Rayleigh. Like these guys are here to help. They're not here to save. So I think that's why we're really excited about these dudes.
You also don't have to wait that long to see them. Buster Olney thinks we see Cole Emerson by May 15th.
I would be surprised if he's not in the big leagues by May 15th. I know they're excited about him. And when I talk to folks with other teams, they think he's going to be an impact guy. I love potential makeover of what their lineup could look like after they get called to the big leagues with the addition of Brendan Donovan. It is going to be a team that gets on base more consistently, I believe. You're not going to have some of the valleys offensively when you have a top of the lineup, with Donovan. I'm guessing that Cole Emerson, when he's called up, maybe they stick him in the 9-hole because he's got excellent command of the strike zone, with Cal and Julio batting behind him. I think their offense is going to take a step forward this year.
I mean, think about that. You already have a team that you're so excited about that we are not spending nearly enough time talking about how your number one prospect could join you by May.
Yeah.
May 15th at the latest. That's Buster's prediction.
That's a good place to be. Not only his. We spoke to someone else. I think
Mike. Salk.
Well, Salk said it. I want to say Jude said it as well. Another voice that we spoke to when it comes to baseball, our national voice said it as well. Yeah, it's a good place to be. And last year we were hearing about this young man, right? And it's finally about to happen. It reminds me of Julio and Kelnick. Remember when Julio and Kelnick were like, we're hearing about these two young guys, and one's going to be a cornerstone. The other one we'll see if he develops and it ends up flipping.
Yeah.
Like Julio's the guy. Kelnick. Curtis bought his card. It's worth like $20 now. It used to be worth like 8 G's. Is that what it was, Curtis? Never mind, Curtis is working. Yeah, it flipped. But it's fun to feel like they're easing them into the situation. Like they're not saying, Colt, we need you. Like with Julio was like, all right, Julio, like we need you to come save the day.
And he was good enough.
And who was Rookie of the Year? His knee kept getting jacked up. Kyle Lewis, right? Mm-hmm. Right, we're looking at those two and saying, all right, excuse me, come save the day. Well, this guy's, no, we're easing you into the situation, and a big reason for that is because of Donovan. Donovan is going to allow even a Cole Young to have some days off, Emerson to have some days off, or eventually when we see him. So, yeah, it's a different situation, man. And it's fun to talk about this team in this fashion because we haven't been able to do that.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the young arms, too. Obviously, your pitching looks phenomenal to start the season. So these are guys that you're talking about when you're building toward your future. But I know Brock and Salk, in their interview with Cal, one clip that we didn't play yesterday was Cal talking, or maybe we did, was Cal talking about Cade and Ryan, saying that for such young guys to be able to place the ball that accurately or to be able to do it speaks really highly to what they could be capable of at the big league level. Like there is not just a window, but one that could be extended if they continue to win, continue to grow their payroll, obviously, and add those veterans. But just a really exciting time to be a Seahawk fan and a Mariners fan. Coming up next, Michael Bumpus has 3 things grinding his gears. He's got to get them off his chest with Get Off My Lawn.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2 on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
That experience of last year being part of the most successful season in Mariners history, how much does that help the players grow? I wonder how it impacts Dan Wilson. How much better can he be in year 2?
You know, I don't know. He's still going to go with his instincts. His instincts got us to 8 outs away from the World Series.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Switch to TurboTax and file your own taxes for free in the app, because free shouldn't cost $15.99. Right? Free Tax USA? Or is it cost $15.99 Tax USA? Switch to TurboTax and file free. Free state, free federal, 100% free, 100% guaranteed. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Switch to TurboTax and file your own taxes in the app for free by 2/28. Excludes TurboTax expert products. $15.99 charge from Free Tax USA is for state taxes.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit BigLou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. but now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund? Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
In 15 minutes, talking free agency with Seattle Times Seahawks reporter Bob Condotta. Right now, though, it's time for Get Off My Lawn every single Wednesday at 10:45. Bump, in his old age, is finding himself more irritated, more irritable. You know, when someone just yells like, "Get out of here, stop it with that." Back in my day, get off my lawn. Bump, what's grinding your gears this week?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
First up, spring training. I hate you.
Okay,
I
start
hate
off
you,
strong.
spring training.
Starting off strong.
I hate you.
Why?
You go 5 for 5. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's spring training. He goes 0 for 5. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's spring training. Why are we doing this then? Why are we doing this? I love spring training, but I hate you at the same time because I get nothing from you. Only thing I get from you is Colt Emerson. And look at Colt Emerson. He went 0 for 2. Doesn't matter. It's spring training. He goes yard. Doesn't matter. It's spring training. So why the heck are we watching spring training then? Why are we invested so much in spring training? I get it. I understand it. I'm a former athlete, and, you know, I get it. Go through the process. But if it doesn't matter, I don't want to talk about it. But we are going to talk about it because that's our job. But I'm looking at spring training. Scores are crazy. 20-18, 14-6. It doesn't matter. It's spring training. So stop talking to me about spring training then, all right? I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch Cal. I'm going to watch Julio. I'm going to watch Logan and Wu and all these guys. I'm more interested in the WBC. But if it doesn't matter, stop spitting stats to me about spring training. Stop texting us about spring training because it doesn't matter. Cal went 0 for the other day. Doesn't matter. Cal went yard the other day. Doesn't matter. Spring training is the dumbest thing in the world to me right now.
The dumbest in the world.
Because football preseason matters. You know what doesn't matter? NBA preseason and baseball spring training. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. In basketball, you know who your 5 are going to be already.
You want
in
it to
spring
be
training,
closed door.
you know who 1 through 9 is going to be.
Yeah.
You're hoping that, oh, maybe we'll see this guy in April. We'll see this guy in July. I get that. But spring training, man, I respect it. I do like it, but it's dumb at the same time because none of this matters. Too many games to be played. We know who the starting lineup is going to be, essentially. Like, is Colt Emerson going to be a day 1 starter?
I don't know.
Opening day? No. He's not, Stacey.
You never know.
I can guarantee you he's not going to be day 1
He
starter.
could do something in spring training.
Is anyone going to crack the rotation that we don't know? No, Stacey.
No.
Is anyone – the bullpen, maybe someone in the bullpen pops. But other than that, 1 through 9, 1 through 5 in rotation, we all know what it's going to be. Spring training,
Yeah.
I know what you are. I appreciate the process, but I'm tired of you.
Someone, JC and Kent says, Bumps on is real. We talking practice moment right now.
We talking practice.
What's next?
We know. Come on, man. We know. We know.
Okay.
Gosh darn it.
Next up.
I'm a man.
All right.
I'm 40.
I felt like I had to, like, revisit a couple because it's actually, you know what? This is actually a new one. Old heads. 40s and up. They are better than us.
What?
They are better than us.
Who's the 40s
Baseball
and ups.
players, basketball players, football players, soccer. They are just better than us. I hate when old heads just can't fathom the game and these athletes being better than us. I was an All-American in high school. My skill set right now, put me in high school right now, I'm all league. maybe All-State.
I see what you're saying.
Probably not All-American. You know what I mean? Like, they are just better than us, and it's supposed to be that way because of the resources that they have. Old heads, they are better than us. That's just what it is. I'm tired of hearing these old heads talk about, are they tougher than us? Probably not. Do they have the resilience we had? Probably not.
And maybe
right?
they'll play the defense.
Yeah,
at least on like basketball.
Yeah, it's different. But athletically, skill-wise, they are better than us. And I hate when old heads just cannot fathom that. My son at 15, I was playing one-on-one with him the other day. I'll still get him because I'm bigger and stronger than him. But I'm like, yeah, he's more skilled than I was at hoop at that age. At soccer, he's a center midfielder. I was center mid. He's better than I was at that age. Like, our mental's different. I would say we were tougher than they are because we had to go through more things and, we didn't have all these resources and had to be more gritty. But they are better than us. They are better than us. Like, it is what it is. So old heads, man, let's just get over it. We want them to be better. Like, I want my son to be a better man than me, my 2 sons. I want my daughter to be a better woman than her mom. That's what we want, right? But I talked to some old heads, and they just complain. 90s basketball is not better than 2000s basketball.
Oop.
It's not. Jordan was nice. You go back and watch the defense that was being played in the 90s, it ain't better than what's being played right now. They are better than us. They got more range. The routes are better. QB's arms are better. The rotation on pitchers pitches are better. They're just better than us.
Yeah.
So come to realization. They are better. It's okay.
I feel like sometimes older hitters will admit that. Like, people will try to give them compliments, and they'll be like, it's one thing when we're talking about, like, I don't know, you're talking about Babe Ruth or whatever. But, like, in general, most hitters are like, yeah, I wouldn't be able to hit some of these pitches or some of the pitches we're seeing. But sometimes I think former NBA stars are hesitant to do that because they value toughness so much and they value mindset so much and defense so much that they don't care about the skill in the same way. Like, they don't give credit in the same way.
Stacey, I want you to go and watch one possession of the Bulls versus whoever in 96 and watch the defense, and then go put on any game from this year. The movement is crazy. They are better. They play better defense. They're better shooters. They're more athletic. The game's not as physical. In the 90s, you could clothesline somebody and just go sit on the bench and come back in.
Yeah.
Now, if you blink at somebody the wrong way, you're kicked out the game. It's different in that way, but they are just better than us.
Someone said NBA defense isn't better.
It is better. It is better.
I feel like the skill itself, like, kids are getting trained and specializing at younger ages.
It is better. You're trying to stay in front of Steph Curry with him doing all the stuff that he's doing. It's better. It is. And someone says, come on, Bum, we expect poor baseball takes through the lens of a football person from Broad. Spring training doesn't matter. We know who our starting 9 is going to be. We know who the rotation is going to be. Ian, you know who your guy is going to be in Boston?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody going to surprise you? No. We know who it's going to be. It matters, but it doesn't.
I think Brock and Bump have great baseball takes. What's next?
It doesn't matter.
I'm a man.
Hey, 30 games. We already know what the starting 9 is going to be. All right, last one. Here's the last one, man. This is
do we have a traffic one?
It is traffic.
I knew it.
It is traffic.
Okay.
And this is a throwback.
Okay.
But I was just reminded. I commute from Monroe every day. And 2-lane highways, right? 2 lanes on one side, 2 lanes on the other side. If you're going slow, get to the right side, please.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of having to get up on your bumper. And I try not to, because I saw this Chinese experiment when it comes to traffic. And traffic is just people riding up on people's bumpers. Like, if we just stayed 2 car lengths away from each other, traffic would run smooth at all times.
Oh.
So I try to do that. But if I'm running a bit late, I'm about 2 minutes behind schedule, it jacks me up. All right, get your butt to the right side if you're not going at least 65. I know the speed limit is 60. If you ain't going 65, get to the right side. I went to Cali the other week, and I was reminded real quickly that I drive slow because everyone's going 85. I'm going about 65, 70. I got my butt to the right side.
Yep.
So just let's take care of each other on the road. Get to the right side if you're going slow. So let's recap. Spring training, it doesn't matter, but it does.
And 2.
2. What's my other one?
The 40s.
Oh,
and
more
up,
skilled. They're better.
They're
they
better.
are better
the
than
young
us.
Kids are better.
They're just better.
3.
And 3, get to the right side.
The Seahawks have some big decisions to make in free agency, so let's figure out what comes next with Seattle Times Seahawks reporter Bob Condotta on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Doesn't last October feel like it was just yesterday?
Listen to the roar of the crowd again.
The journey to making this fall the best ever starts now.
Down in Peoria at Mariners spring training.
Follow how the 2026 Mariners come together at seattlesports.com.
It's the newest Mariner, Brendan Donovan.
Already from walking in this door, just the buzz and the culture and the standard of what's expected of people here is really high.
We're the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. The championship trophy is back in Seattle where it belongs. The big game is in the rear view, and the next big moment is going to be baseball's opening day. Well, why don't you make a commitment right now to look and feel your very best by then? People all over the Northwest could lose 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 pounds just by the start of baseball season. And it starts by calling Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started. I did this program. I lost 10 pounds in the first week. I lost about 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. Here's what I didn't have to do. Fight for space in a crowded gym with all those New Year's resolutioners. No pills, no injections, no fake bland box meals or anything like that. Just real food that you buy at the grocery store with delicious recipes, great coaching, support, and accountability. Do it for yourself this year. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Listen every morning to Brock and Salk for Need to Know, powered by Marquee Data. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to learn more.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The NFL announced host teams for the league's 2026 London games this morning. They are the Jags and Commanders. The Jags will actually play 2 home games in London for the first time, one at Wembley and one at Tottenham Hotspur. Opponents and dates will be announced later, but the Seahawks are a potential candidate here. They play the Commanders on the road this year.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesport.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
We are joined now by Seattle Times' Bob Condotta. Bob, how we doing, man?
Not too bad. How you guys doing?
We are doing okay. All right, so what number is this for you when it comes to the Combine?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, every year except 14, except for the one COVID year, they didn't have it. So however many that would be, 13 maybe? Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right. What's your favorite event? Is it the 40 like everyone else, or do you like something else?
Well, you know what? The dirty little secret is none of us really ever watch those things. You're kind of here for the interviews and stuff like that. And it's hard to watch those things because they just let you in like at one part of the stadium. You can't film anything. You're a million miles away, so you can't see much. So most years I go and watch it for an hour or so just to kind of get a sense of it. But otherwise I don't, I kind of end up watching the drills on TV like everybody else. But the best part of it obviously is that all the, you see a lot of coaches and obviously we get to talk to John Snyder and Mike Macdonald here. We've always get to talk to the coach, but you get to talk to a lot of other team officials and just a lot of other media as well. And it's kind of a convention of football kind of thing.
So you're there for the collusion is what you're saying, Bob. You're there for the collusion. It's all good. I get you. You don't have to say it. I got you. Hey, so what are you hearing? Like when you walk into the building, you're talking to your colleagues, what's the vibe when it comes to the Seahawks and what they have to do to be competitive next year?
Well, I think what everybody's hoping is that they can just keep as much of it together. I think they feel like obviously they're a competitive team now, and it's just as many of the free agents as they have, and just it's how do you keep it together and do it in a way that because success creates its own problems, right? And we kind of saw that a little bit with the Legion of Boom era, where once guys started to get paid, there started to be some issues of who do you keep, who do you have to get rid of, because you have to pay. You had to pay Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner and Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas, and who all became the highest paid player in the history of their positions when they signed new contracts with the Seahawks in the wake of those couple of Super Bowls. And inevitably you had to lose some glue guys. You had to cut Red Bryant or let Brandon Mebane go, let Bruce Irvin go, guys like that. And so that's sort of the challenge they have now is how do you navigate that and navigate not just this year, but then knowing you've got Jackson Smith and Jigba and Devin Witherspoon a year from now who are going to want, they're probably going to want them this summer, who are going to want extensions that could be really big ones. And Sam Darnold a year from now, who's probably going to want one as well. So it's kind of fitting that all together and doing that in the best manner to, kind of not just keep the roster together, but kind of keep that feeling they had this year intact as well. And, it will be a little bit tricky doing that. That's why it's hard to continue winning Super Bowls, but it'll be interesting to see if John Snyder, I hate to say handle things differently because every situation is different. They don't maybe have as many players this time around to have to sign contracts and that sort of thing as they had to in some of the wakes of those years. But it's just navigating that. And so I think that's what everybody's watching is just how do the Seahawks handle the success now.
So when it comes to JSN, we've been having conversations all week about, fans are saying I wouldn't sign a receiver for $40 million. Some saying that they should sign him. Where do you stand when it comes to that? And, I've looked at the numbers, and a number one receiver doesn't put you over the top, right? It's not the foundational piece when it comes to winning the Super Bowl. So how do you view that whole situation with JSN and paying him his money and, just retaining him?
Well, the one somewhat tricky thing I think there, if you just say don't pay him, is then what? Cooper Kupp's going to be 33 years old. Who else do you kind of have that you're depending on for a long way into the future? Maybe they're able to sign Rashid Shaheed. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. And then you got Torrey Horton, who obviously had the injury issue that he'll be coming off this year. But I don't know. I think receivers are the one thing about receivers is they can, once they hit a certain threshold, they can stay there for a while. You look at the track records of the Larry Fitzgeralds and Calvin Johnsons and Hall of Fame type receivers, and there's a period in there where they're kind of doing that every year, right, for 5 or 6 years, and they can stay at that level for quite a while. And so JSN's just still a young guy, just entering the prime of his career, yet he just had one of the best receiving seasons in NFL history. I think that's a pretty rare commodity. So I think there's a way they can make that work, and I think they'll be pretty eager and enthusiastic to try to make it work and have him stay around for a while.
Well, kind of sticking in this theme, might as well stay with JSN. How much does it mean for a brand new offensive coordinator to be able to have that weapon too? Because I think that might be something that some people are overlooking, thinking, you can just replace him. Well, wait a minute. Brian Fleury, I'm sure, doesn't want to not have an offense with JSN.
Well, for sure, and I mean he's going to be here this year. No matter what. I mean, this isn't a question of if he's coming back. So Brian Fleury will for sure have him for a year, and then get it off the ground, and then see where they can take it from there. I mean, I think they're going to keep him, and I don't see a huge debate necessarily in keeping JSN and whether he's going to be part of this team for the long haul. I think they're going to do that, but for sure, you need a guy like that in today's NFL, and if you get a guy like that, and I think you want to try to keep him. You see, there's a reason teams make big trades for receivers. They don't always work out, but it's because they're often seeking something they feel like they don't have, and having the guy who can do that. Again, JSN has a pretty proven track record of doing it at every level he's been at. There's no reason to think.
Hey, what do you feel about K9? Right, Stacy and I have been having this conversation. How much is he going to be worth? Are the Hawks going to pay him? How important is he to this operation? And do you feel like the Hawks can replace him in the draft or through free agency?
Yeah, the running back market is so tricky, and that's a hard one to. That's a harder one to assess a little bit because of what the track record of running backs can be. And that is a position that you do see sometimes guys can have a couple of good years and then they can kind of fall off the cliff pretty quickly. And that's why you see teams being a lot more reluctant to re-sign running backs to huge deals than you do at other positions. I do think with K9 specifically right now, I think this is going to be quite a bit of one where they're going to assess the market. John Snyder was pretty clear about that yesterday, about getting here, getting a real sense of what the market is going to be for all their free agents. But I think running back, it always tends to be kind of volatile. Maybe there's a guy or two gets paid a lot, but then there's a lot of guys that don't get paid much at all. And so is there that much of a difference between those guys? Can you save a lot of money and get a guy who's comparable when looking at the free agent market and who is really going to be available? That's Javonte Williams obviously just got signed. Sounds like the Jets are going to do whatever they can to keep Breece Hall. That's what the Seahawks are going to have to assess here. So I think that one's a harder one right now, simply because I do think they're going to. Walker hiring a new agent strikes me a little bit as he did that with the thought that he's going to wait and see what the market is going to be for him. This isn't one where he's going to rush to just hurry up and re-sign with the Seahawks unless they blow him out of the water. But assuming they don't do that, and I don't think they they will, because I think John Schneider has a pretty proven track record of being, setting a value and being pretty disciplined to that number. I think this one could hit free agency and Ken Walker gets a sense of what he might realistically get, and then see if that's going to be worth, what the difference is, or if there's a difference between that and Seattle, and if it's worth it for him leaving. So I think this one could kind of go that route. And then, the Seahawks will, there's some running backs in the draft for sure. There might be some free agents you can get. It'll be interesting to just see how they do that. But I do think this is one that's probably going to play out a little while.
Of the big name free agents Seattle has, who are you pretty confident can stay? Like if you were to attach a percentage that they stay, and who are you least confident stays?
Yeah, that's a great question. Because again, the one thing with coming off a Super Bowl is all these guys have the hottest markets they're ever going to have, right? So I think all of them are going to want to make sure they cash in at this specific time. And so almost all these guys could end up hitting the market. A guy I think they probably have a really good chance of retaining is Josh Jobe. I just think of the guys that they do have. He's probably a little more off the radar, probably isn't going to command quite the salary of some of the other guys. I think they would really like to keep Kobe Bryant, but I think that's one where, they tried to re-sign him last summer and weren't able to get that done. Again, Bryant now is, the market should be pretty high, right? A guy who started for a team that had one of the best defenses in NFL history. So if you're Kobe Bryant, you're probably going to take it to the market and see. So I think with most of those kind of maybe the top 6 free agents that you refer to there, I think maybe other than Joe, I think most of these guys are probably going to, Joe will probably want to see what's out there too. I just think given what it looks like the market might be for him, he's a little more apt to be a guy who comes back. But I think all the other guys are, this could go to that Monday or Tuesday and they kind of hit the market and see what's out there for them. And there'll be some kind of deciding on the fly with some of this stuff. So, we'll see. Leonard Williams and Ernest Jones also were guys that kind of took till that week, the last few years to re-sign. There was maybe a little bit of a sense of what the market was for them, and then they were able to do that, get those done. So it's hard to be overly confident necessarily in any one specific guy. I do just think they'll be able to retain a few of them. I think it's just going to be a matter of again, what is the market and what kind of offers do these guys I think they're going to get from other teams.
Bob, when we're at the ceremony and the parade, everyone talks about repeat, right? That's like standard when you talk to the crowd. Repeat, we're going to be back there next year. But I'm listening to you talk, and then Stacey and I have been like breaking down the moves that need to be made, and it's so hard to do, especially with all the pieces that you have up for grabs. What's your confidence that the team will at least be able to compete for a conference championship next year?
Oh, I'm very confident they can do that. I mean, every team has to do the same thing, right? I mean, there's no team that's going to just return everybody en masse. I mean, everybody has cap issues and guys they're going to have to deal with, re-sign deals. Guys are not going to be able to re-sign because they have to pay player A, so that money is going to come from player B. So that's the guy who they're not going to re-sign, and they're going to have to figure out how to do that. So I don't see any reason to think the Seahawks aren't going to be right there competing with everybody else next year. I mean, it's overall a pretty young roster. They've drafted well the last couple of years to be able to, kind of have a young core that's still emerging. And then Mike Macdonald is really the guy, I don't know how you put a value on having a coach who basically is able to devise defenses from week to week that nobody can figure out. It's been interesting seeing everybody kind of in the wake of the Super Bowl, all the X's and O's experts really try to break it down. And they're kind of like, this is really hard for anybody to just copy, because Macdonald is such a master at the week to week game planning and the scheming and things like that, and putting things in that nobody can, that you can't really predict from week to week. So I think as long as you have him and you have the basic core of this team, even if you lose a few of those free agents, I don't see any reason at all. This can't be a roster that, again, is competing to win 12, 13 games next year and right there for the NFC West title. And, if you get home field advantage again, then who knows what happens.
I like the casual use of en masse, Bob. My question is about the draft. It feels like each year heading into it, as a reporter from the outside looking in, you can kind of gauge which storyline you're going to be covering, right? Like if you were entering into a draft where let's say they had the number 5 overall pick because of a trade with the Denver Broncos. You know, like, okay, I know what the challenge is and I know what the opportunity is. This is a unique one for John Schneider with so few picks. When you look at this draft and what kind of challenge there is or what the story is for this team, what is it?
Well, it is going to be that. They do at least have their first 3 picks. So you have 3 in the top 96, and then right now you only have one other pick, which is going to be in the 210s type area. We don't know exactly the number on that one yet because the comp picks and stuff will change that potentially. But they're going to have to make sure they hit on a few of those. It would surprise me if that's all they end up with. Just given the history and given where they are right now, this feels like a time when you would probably want to trade down and acquire picks and maybe make sure you end up with 6 or 7 and you're kind of adding some good overall young depth to it. But if they did just stick with those first 3 picks, you're going to need to hit on a few of those and make sure you are adding some talent. It's been incredibly well documented, but obviously that was one of the issues they had a little bit following the 13 and 14 seasons was, they didn't draft. The 13 draft didn't yield a whole lot. The 14 draft had a couple of guys, but, they started to have, those next few drafts were as good as the 10, 11, and 12 drafts had been. And so they didn't have kind of that young emerging talent to replace some of the guys who inevitably got away. And, that's what you have to do in the NFL is use that. And especially when you have cap issues, being able to get some guys on rookie contracts who can really help you in some spots, that's more important than ever. So they are going to need to, do that. And whether it's just through the draft or undrafted free agency or whatever, there's probably going to be 5, 6, 7 rookies inevitably who are going to be asked anyway to play some key roles probably next year. There's just special teams kind of stuff, and you're going to need those players to be, as good as impactful as possible because of you are going to suddenly have some other cap issues. So they are going to have to try to hit on some of those. The good news is it sounds like there's some decent depth, at like defensive line and rush end and cornerback and some spots where maybe they're going to lose some guys in free agency. And so, I would imagine those are positions they're looking at pretty carefully here to try to, and maybe running back as well. There's some, maybe not a ton of top end running back talent, but there seems to be some decent, second, third day, early third day depth type spots at those. So, I think that's, I think assessing what there is in the draft and what they think they can realistically get and replace a little bit is going to play into somewhat what they do with some of these free agent decisions as well.
He's Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times. Make sure you're reading his work, seattletimes.com. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, thanks a lot, you guys.
Have a good one. Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Bump. What type of player should have more value in the NFL, and why is it a kicker? It's not what it
It's
says.
not a kicker. I was looking at Taysom Hill. Like, that type of player should have more value in the NFL. And it almost hurts him that he can do so many things. Because he can do so many things, he's not classified as one thing. And it devalues him. I looked at him, and he's made $60 million in his career. He was a Mormon, so he came into the game late, like 27 or something like that, 26. But I'm like, the things that he brings to a football team, he can play quarterback, tight end, receiver, running back. He can go down and tackle on special teams. That should be the guy who holds more value in the NFL. But no, the NFL values specialized guys, right? The best receiver, the best running back, the best quarterback. I don't know how I came across Taysom Hill, but I was looking at stats, and I'm like, man, Taysom Hill, he's not going to wow you with his stats, but he can contribute more than most players in the NFL. So why aren't these guys valued more? And why aren't these guys sought after? It'd be nice to have, like, he's the Nick Mwari of an offense. Nick Mwari can play linebacker, nickel, corner, safety, rush off the edge. He's going to be valued at a higher clip than Taysom Hill. Don't know how I got to Taysom Hill, but I was looking at stats and numbers and stuff, ran across him, and realized that people don't appreciate what he brings to the table.
I think that's fair. I think it reminds me in a slightly different way of the controversy with also the Saints when Jimmy Graham was franchise tagged as a tight end and not receiver. There's the conversation where it's like, oh, jack of all trades, master of none. Are you really an elite quarterback? Are you really an elite running back? But you're clearly an elite athlete, and that's useful to have. But we don't want to pay you a quarterback salary, even for a backup, when we can pay you a backup running back salary. So I think that's part of it, too, is these guys try to find a home where they're most useful, and the team is going to push them into a spot that saves them the most money.
Yep.
And I think that that's sometimes a hard pill to swallow if you're Taysom Hill and you're like, but wait, when I had...
But I do everything.
Yeah, but wait a minute. You're paying me for the cheapest position. Second down. Why is NFL preseason the most important preseason in American sports?
Oh, I love this. I got the baseball people hot with this one.
Here we go.
I got them hot, and I love it. You get a reaction, I'm going to keep poking at you. And this is why I'm poking at. In the preseason, NFL preseason, you see people shine and be starters. Make the roster. My white son, Efton Chisholm III. Shine during preseason, made the roster, went to a Super Bowl. This offseason, or this spring training, what if Donovan goes 0 for 20? What is that going to do, Stacy? Absolutely nothing. He will be leadoff, starting for your Mariners at third base, second base, wherever you want to put him, outfield. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying, in baseball, you come into spring training knowing who your team is going to be and just looking at the young guys and seeing who's going to come up next. In football, you can go out there, ball out. Russell Wilson balled out during preseason, made the roster, starting quarterback. A quarterback, right? The most important position in all of sports, in my opinion. In baseball, it matters because you want to see what guys can do. The results don't matter, but you go into spring training, you know who your starting 9 are going to be.
You're going to get people more mad at you.
Come at me, baseball people. You know this. This is true. It matters because you want to see what guys can do. They need the rest. They got to get their timing. Arms got to get warmed up. But you know who 1 through 9 is going to be. In football, preseason is the most important preseason in all of sports. In basketball, you know who your starting 5 is going to be. Does hockey even have a preseason? I'm sure they do. I've never seen it. Never seen a preseason hockey game.
They play a few games, like 5 or 6.
A couple games. But baseball, it don't matter. We know who 1 through 9 is going to be. Gino, he's going to start with the Reds. Garbage over here the second half of the season, right? It is what it is, man. So I love that people got mad at me for this, and I hope y'all keep getting mad at me for this.
They will.
Because you know that is true. There's going to be no surprises with this lineup. Opening day, we can pretty much set it right now. Football matters the most.
I mean, you never know.
We do know, Stacey.
Okay, third down.
We
third
do know.
Down.
Who's the surprise?
What's a fact about a kicker you regret to admit?
Yeah, they got to get paid, man. Aubrey, the kicker for Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
He's getting paid $800,000 a year. They want to make him the highest paid kicker at 7.5. He's asking for 10. A guy like Aubrey probably deserves $10 million a year, which is crazy.
That's what Ken Walker is going to be looking at.
That was going to be my point.
Oh my
is that that's what K9, but he's also going to score way more points than K9 is going to score. So they do matter. They might not all be football players. They might try to slide tackle Rashid Shaheed during kickoff returns, but they do matter, and they should be paid, especially if you are a guy like Aubrey, man. And I ain't mad at him trying to get $10 million. I ain't mad at him. 7.5 for a kicker, simmer down. You should probably take that.
That's wild.
But, yeah, man, kickers matter.
Fourth down. Anything stand out from that conversation with Bob Condotta?
Yeah, I just don't feel like the more I talk to people who cover the Seahawks, the more I feel like K9 ain't going to be here. It is what it is, man. I hope he's here. I hope they figure something out, but I'm not banking on it. I don't think it's going to go down. So what do? Kenny McIntyre, Zach Charbonnet, you go to the draft. George Holani made some plays during the postseason. But, yeah, the more I talk to people who cover the team, the more I'm just like, yeah, K9 ain't going to be here.
I'm wondering the same thing. I think Brady Henderson saying it was less than 50% for him, and then Bob sounding just kind of on the fence. I wonder if it's because Ken Walker could be looking for a lot closer to 12 or 13 than we're thinking. Like pushing into that Jonathan Taylor 14.
Ooh, why wouldn't he?
Well, why wouldn't he? I mean, it's just not really the role that he has in Seattle. Like you want to get, presumably, and your agent want you to get paid like you're going to be top 3 in carries when you're not. Like it's going to be a committee approach.
Yeah.
I mean, he deserves that reward and that opportunity for what he did to help lift this team to a Super Bowl. Like as great and as elite as this defense is, you cannot say that they get through the playoffs and win the Super Bowl without Ken Walker. He was monumental to it. However, he now has earned himself a contract that isn't really reflective of the role that he played through, 18 games in the season?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a sticky spot for Seattle to be in. I think that they desperately are going to need depth there and help there and need to lean into that. I don't think you can just lean on Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh to be like, oh, we'll just have them be the committee. No, what are you talking about?
You're going to need a third.
You got 2 healthy ACLs between the pair of them right now. Timeline coming your way next on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2 on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Brendan Donovan, the latest acquisition for your Seattle Mariners. He's a guy who gets on base. He doesn't strike out much. He's your leadoff hitter.
You know, everything that he says, he's a grinder. He loves baseball, and I love that, man.
Yeah.
Something good thing, man.
All about baseball.
Yeah.
That's his sole focus.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Jackson Hewitt handles your taxes and your stress. Inhale our no surprise price of $149 or less. Exhale, paying more for complicated taxes. You won't. Inhale new tax law knowledge. Exhale, missing out on your biggest refund. Certainly not. Don't miss paying $149 or less. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
At Big Trees, you don't have to shop alone. Certified arborists are available to help you choose the right trees for your yard. Plus, each tree Big Trees installs offers a 1-year warranty and a free aftercare visit from our board-certified arborists. Come visit the nursery, no appointment necessary, and see our wide selection of species. You'll find the perfect fit for your landscape needs at Big Trees in Snohomish, or visit us online at bigtreesupply.com.
Don't miss the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery.
I truly believe, defense wins championships.
Thursdays at 4, only on Seattle Sports.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Where should the 2025 Seahawks rank in the history of Super Bowl winners?
Top 10.
Maybe even higher than that. Mike Macdonald, he's going to have some bias, but still, told Rich Eisen they deserve to be remembered as one of the very best.
Take me and the coaches out of it. But what our players did, this team, at Michigan, we would number the teams. Teams 142.
Oh, yes. I know about 144.
Yeah,
you were on 142, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay,
and so, the 2025, 2026 Seattle Seahawks, I think deserve to be recognized as one of the all-time great teams, great performances. I mean, find me a stat and compare it to everybody else. Not that, but that's important, in the history books, and our guys deserve that recognition, I think.
I think that people try to frame this as it was a down year for the league, so that's why the Seahawks look so great. Wait, what? No. What do you historically, their DVOA was great, as in compared to previously great teams. What are we talking about? Because Patrick Mahomes didn't play, the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl wasn't as impressive?
Exactly. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I also think that the further we get away from the Super Bowl, the more they will be appreciated.
I think so, too.
Right. You come out next year, I'm not banking on these dudes going back to back. I'm not banking on it. But the further we get away from it, the more we appreciate what's going on. The Legion of Boom. In the moment, we knew they were special. And then we get away from it. We get further and further down the line. By 2018, you're like, man, that was legit one of the best defenses we've ever seen. I think Coach is right. There's been 60 teams to win a Super Bowl. They got to be top 10. They have to be top 10. This defense dominated in a way that that is rare, especially in today's league that's so offensive heavy. I'm with them. I can agree with that. Where? Give me a couple of years, and I will appreciate even more.
I mean, you even think of little things like the Seahawks were third against the run this year. I think they were the best rushing defense, but third against the run in terms of just yards surrendered. They did not allow in almost 2 calendar, a year and a half, all of this year and then part of last year, a 100-yard rusher from any opposing team in something like almost 30 consecutive games, playing mostly out of nickel. You know what I mean? When you start thinking about the way that they play defense and the way that they get pressure and how effective they are at doing everything out of that, that's what's so impressive about them.
Yeah, they're not going to wow you with the sacks. They're not going to wow you with interceptions. I think the turnover ratio, they're pretty good. Actually, Sam heard us there. But the way that they play, And I think coach is going to look at Mike Macdonald, is going to look at stats, and there are stats to support that. But if you just look at the way that they played, that's where I started putting them in the top 10 because they're just overwhelming. They're swarming. We started the season, they were one of the worst tackling teams in the game. By the end of the season, they didn't miss tackles. It was rare. There was a tackle. Who missed it? Was it J Love in the Super Bowl? Something tackle in the flat.
Collins one.
Yeah, it was one in the flat. No, he got a football in the flat and broke a tackle. And I was so surprised.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Spoon. I was so surprised. I'm like, they don't miss tackles. This is what they do. So yeah, I think that they deserve a bit more respect, despite what East Coast radio wants to say. You're not the 85 Bears. I would love to see the numbers compared between these guys and 85 Bears. I'm sure the Bears were better.
I believe the 85 Bears,
Patriots team.
Aaron Schatz, in his DVO rankings of Super Bowl champions, I believe only the 85 Bears and the 91 Commanders were ahead of the 25 Seahawks.
Yeah.
So they were neck and neck with the 85 Bears.
Right there. Yeah, so put some respect on their name.
Yeah.
Give it a few years and people will.
It's just, I think Lamar Jackson and the Ravens being down, the Chiefs being down and Patrick Mahomes getting hurt, the Bills having a bad rush defense and not great receivers and being kind of an incomplete team. All the superstars we thought would be superstars didn't quite look like it out of the AFC entering the season. So so some folks have warped that into a conversation that the Seahawks path was somehow easy, that it's this Mickey Mouse type of trophy. And I don't know why you would say that when they led the entire league in point differential, won their games by an average of 2 scores, and lost their 3 games by a combined 9 points. That's incredible.
The best offenses in the game last year: Rams, Cowboys, Patriots, Bills, Lions, Bears, Niners, Hawks. So out of the top, 8 that I just named, 6 of them run out of the NFC. So forget what's going on over there.
Yeah, right?
Like, okay.
That's not Seattle's path.
All right. AFC, you guys were down this year. Good for you. NFC was up. NFC had some guys over there. So I think if you look at it from that lens, that point of view, then I think that you could understand or at least comprehend the path that these guys went through to get to where they ended up being Super Bowl champions.
Next story. Has the beef between Bears head coach Ben Johnson and Packers head coach Matt LaFleur thawed? No, it has not. Johnson was asked about where things stand between the two teams, but with Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio, this is what he said.
What is the deal with the Packers?
Who likes the Packers?
How much of that is leaning fully into your job as Bears coach, and how much of it is how you truly feel?
Yeah, I mean, the Bears and the Packers, they should not like each other. I think it's as simple as that. And I think that's going to make this rivalry, this game, something that people are going to watch here going forward.
Have you talked to Matt LaFleur at all? Because I feel like he gets confused. Like, what did I do? Do you have any relationship with him? Have you heard from him? Has he called you up and he said, what's the deal? Like, anything like that?
No, we don't talk.
Okay. Do you want it that way?
I'm good with it.
Has he tried to reach out to you?
No.
You think Matt LaFleur is confused about why Ben Johnson doesn't like him?
Nah.
I don't think so either.
Nah, they know. When there's a mutual beef, both parties understand why they don't like each other.
I don't think this is one-sided.
Well, I think it doesn't even stem from the Bears-Packers rivalry. I think it goes all the way back to Johnson's time with the Lions, too. And, I mean, they've spent a lot of time together in the NFC North.
Mm-hmm. I think that this is something that both sides completely understand. And wasn't Matt LaFleur, Bump, I don't remember, wasn't he the first one to not shake Ben Johnson's hand?
No, he shook his hand, but it was like it was aggressive.
Yeah, kind of like a disrespectful.
Yeah, it was
we know what's going on here. Broncos head coach, next story, Sean Payton was asked about his team's Super Bowl chances if they had a healthy Bo Nix. Payton, surprisingly, ended up taking the high road.
I think it's unfair a little to Seattle in that, look, they did it. You know, it's like I'm reading the Twitter feeds on the Olympic hockey, and it is what it is. Mm-hmm. And so the timing obviously wasn't great, and yet certainly can't diminish from the first 2 years he's had as a pro. But it's tough. Look, it's a grind to begin with, and then the further you go, the more difficult it will be if you lose. And so it's tough to get to that spot in the playoffs and then, you know, lose to another good team.
I also think that while he's taking the high road, it's a very polite way of saying no. I don't think they would have beaten the Seahawks in the Super Bowl if Bo Nix was healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peyton is unapologetically. That's a tough one for me.
I'm here for
You
you.
guys see the nod that Stacy gave me, like, you got it.
I got it.
You got it.
You got it.
He is who he is. You know, I don't think that I would be able to vibe with him, but he's honest and true to himself. And I think that's what we heard right there. He was honest and true. Like, probably not.
Yeah.
And you know what? I don't think any team, after you get past the Rams, don't matter who's next, they were getting knocked down.
Totally agree. The word I can't say is susceptible.
Susceptible?
Like he's susceptible to this.
Unapologetically.
We're going to stop. Last story, Dwight Howard was known as one of the biggest jokesters during his time in the NBA, and his former head coach, Stan Van Gundy, told FanDuel he had a unique way of interrupting his pregame speeches.
Now, Coach, my last question during that time in that team, I got an inside source, and I need you to confirm this if it's true or not, that said you used to get pissed at Dwight Howard during your pregame speeches because he would just constantly fart while you were trying to get the guys going. Confirm or deny, Coach?
You know, I would confirm, actually.
I knew it. Playing with Dwight, I knew it was true.
That's disgusting and awesome.
Dwight could goof around and have fun, and I remember having a talk with him once, and I said, Dwight, I need you to be more serious, when we're preparing. And he said, Stan, I've got it all. I know what you're saying. I said, and he did. Dwight's by far the smartest big guy I've ever coached. I mean, and it was part of his greatness. And I said, no, I know you've got it. But then you're distracting these other guys
that don't necessarily have it.
Focus in more on what's going on. And Dwight understood that.
Dwight, I need you to stop farting during my pregame meeting.
For like a minute. Can you do it, buddy?
I wouldn't even do that in high school. Go for Dwight, though. Be yourself.
But those guaranteed contracts,
yeah.
You can fart whenever you want.
You turn into a different person. He's like, I'm a millionaire. It's fine. We know why the Mariners could have used a third baseman and leadoff hitter, but why did Brandon Donovan in particular feel like the perfect fit? Hear what Jerry Dipoto said next on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Brock and Salk on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be. And if you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations. We're not really focused on, can we do it, or the hope factor. No, we know that we're good enough.
Catch every one of Brock and Salk's interviews from Mariners spring training on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's February, and we're a month into those fitness goals and resolutions. And are you already tired of the crowded gyms and sweaty machines? Maybe you're ready to upgrade your fitness equipment in your own home. Well, I got the place and some deals for you. Hey, Brock Ewart here with my friends at Top Fitness. Right now, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor, True, or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness sells the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire Stairmaster, and much more. It's trade-in days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get in the best shape of your life. Top Fitness has the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state of Washington, and their staff will truly show you why. It's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stores. Top Fitness has locations at Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. And remember, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit today. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
It's home show season. To celebrate, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is giving you 20% off and a lifetime installation warranty, plus 12 months to pay with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing. See us at the home shows or visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Don't miss Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League Baseball.
This could be 2. JP has it, goes to the bag, steps on second, fires to first, double play.
Broadcast times at SeattleSports.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-378-7241. 800-378-7241. Again, that's 800-378-7241.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Jerry Dipoto was on MLB Network and talked what spring training positions that are open, why they brought on Brendan Donovan, kind of how they envision the roster developing this year. So we're going to cover it all right now. I want to start with Brendan Donovan in particular. A new Mariner we've learned a lot about over the last couple weeks, and that was with our conversation with Michelle Smallman of ESPN Radio, obviously Brock and Salk's interview. So why did they want him in particular?
Well, I think the biggest thing with Donnie is just his baseball IQ. The way he goes about playing the game is just pro all the way. It's high contact, elite bat to ball skills, his ability to move the game. And we felt like the missing ingredient for us was that on-base percentage type presence at the top of our order. And Brennan brings that. He's been like a metronome of consistency in getting on base. And the other thing that really appealed to us with Donnie is his versatility defensively. in addition to aspiring to go win a World Series this year, we really like the upper levels of our farm system and feel great about some of the infielders who are beating down, on our roster. And Donnie's versatility allows us to introduce or implement those players when they're ready instead of forcing them in early or having to go to them late. He just gives us a professional presence.
I feel like echoing some of what Salk said to us, where you're looking at the football IQ of this guy. It's not just, oh, he's versatile, he can do this, this, and this. You're adding to your clubhouse, you're adding to your culture.
Yeah, we've listened to him speak, and we kind of feel that he fits in. Who do we speak to? Who's down there that we spoke to?
Might have been Adam Jude.
Maybe Jude. And I asked him, I go, like, am I reading this correctly? I feel like he's a good fit for this situation. Not only obviously on the diamond, but in the clubhouse. And he said, yeah, he's a good fit. Also, like what I heard in the clip is that his presence allows development because he's able to fill in certain spots. Like Dan is able to move this lineup around and give guys. Like say you go on like an 8, you win 8 out of 10, and you're feeling good. You got a 4 or 5 game lead on whoever. You're more likely to put in a young guy and say, okay, let's see what he can do. If it's tight, obviously you're going to roll with your guys, and maybe you still put in a young guy. But his versatility allows growth from these young guys, and that's exactly what you need at this point.
How many spots are actually open on this roster right now?
Fewer than we've ever had before, at least during my years here with the Mariners. And, we have a pretty stable, everyday club that we have a pretty good feel for. And if everybody's healthy, I don't imagine there's too much opportunity there. Like there always is, there's an opportunity for role players to step up and really impress in camp. And more likely, it's a couple of spots in our bullpen that are probably undecided, and we still have to determine what we're going to do there. But I would venture to guess on a 26-man roster, if everybody's healthy, we probably have 2, maybe 3 spots that are a little less certain than others, but pretty good idea of which way we're going to head if everybody's healthy.
Yeah, you're looking at the bottom of your bullpen, obviously. I think it's not a question of who you could go with at opening day at second, but about, like, is there enough of a case for your other young infielders?
Yeah, it's and this is a good place to be, right? Because you're looking at the additions that this team has made. I said it yesterday, you've lost 2, you gained 1. But in gaining that 1, you really gain like 3 because of the positions that he can play. Like if Gino's here, if Polanco is here, obviously I would love to have them here, right? Polanco doing what he did. I know Gino didn't have the end of the season that we wanted to. But with them here, it kind of feels like you're blocked. It's like you have like a Harry Ford type of situation, right? I don't think there's really a lot of runway for these guys to work because Gino only plays the corner and Polanco only plays second base. Like there's no versatility there. So you would force these guys, these young players into these situations and have to make it work. Whereas with Donovan, you can move him around, but you're not losing that bat. With a Gino and a Polanco, you can DH him or whatnot, but you have DH, and it just complicates the situation because these guys aren't versatile. So, it makes sense, and it makes the viewing experience a bit different this year.
Well, this season was really, really special for the team and players, but I think all these players would say they fell short. Cal called it a failure. So what's it actually going to take to get to that next? I know, to get to that next step.
Cal and Julio will be at the center of what we do. I think generally speaking, the guys just have to go out and do what they do, hit on what they do. We've got established players, major league stars up and down the lineup. I think we're deep. I like our platoon setups that we've put in place. And the biggest thing for us is, our starting pitching stays healthy. We are really built on our starting pitching and our depth, and I think that is the most critical thing for us. If our starting pitchers are healthy for 162 games, I like our chances of being a good team.
I do too, because, I mean, look, you look at a team that missed the World Series by 8 outs, 9 outs. Asking, hey, what do you do to get over the hump? It's like, I don't know, the ball bounces our way. Like, we were so close. It was a good team that did have a lot of lucky moments, but also had a ton of power and good pitching that just couldn't stay healthy. If they stay healthy, I see no reason why they can't compete for that spot.
Yeah. I said I poked at our baseball people and I said that spring training doesn't matter.
You sure did.
It does matter.
A lot of people.
But it doesn't matter in certain ways.
Okay.
I will say that getting into the playoffs in baseball is the hardest thing to do in all sports, though, because of the duration of the season, because it's not like a physically dominating sport, right? You can will your way to wins in basketball and football. Baseball is so skilled. Like you guys got to be clicking at the same time. So yeah, it's for those guys to be 8-9 outs away from a World Series. It doesn't mean. I mean, it means a lot. You know what I'm saying? You have to respect what they did, and they felt that. So how do they duplicate that? And it's a weird place to be, Stacey, because it's I've never been here before with this team, and it's scary. I want to be vulnerable, but I'm scared. I don't want to get hurt.
I think that sometimes having questions answered can leave with some reassurance, and so it's a good thing that we're having Jason Churchill joining us next. Not only is he the host of the Baseball Things podcast, and we are going to talk about a lot of baseball things, but he also is an expert when it comes to prospects, and we have a lot of young Mariners we're excited about. He joins us next.
He built the Seahawks into the 2025 Super Bowl champions.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
And every Thursday afternoon at 4, he's on Seattle Sports.
I mean, we have higher expectations for ourselves.
It's the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery. 2025 NFL Executive of the Year, John Schneider.
I think it's the ultimate organizational award.
Every Thursday at 4, exclusively on the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring and summer, it's right around the corner. So if you haven't called PCF about getting started on your new deck, well, right now is the time. With a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long. And right now, you can get up to $6,000 off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Save an additional $1,500 when you bundle your deck and patio cover. Some restrictions do apply, but do what we did. Contact PCF for all the details and start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build by the spring. Planning and permits, they can take a little time, so please don't wait. Get started today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free? Really?
Really. Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really, free. It's part of A to Z savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The NFL announced host teams for the league's 2026 London games this morning. They are the Jags and Commanders. The Jags will actually play 2 home games in London for the first time, one at Wembley and one at Tottenham Hotspur. Opponents and dates will be announced later. The Seahawks are a potential candidate here. They play the Commanders on the road.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Jason Churchill joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Fittingly, Church, we got a lot of baseball things to talk about. I'm going to start by, though, looking at the lineup kind of as it stands or what you project it to be entering the season. I saw ESPN's Bradford Doolittle rank them as the 4th best, which is great. That's fantastic. But he gave them a knock for power. Does that kind of make sense for you? Is that where you'd look and wonder which questions they can answer?
No, I got to be honest with you. No, I understand if you're trying to be nitpicky and you're trying to compare them to, some of the juggernaut lineups out there. You might be missing a little bit of power to compare to the Yankees and the Dodgers. But I scoured over this roster yesterday and recorded early this morning on Baseball Things, and I was trying to come up with the weakness of this team. And I think you guys know me well enough to know that if I find something, I'm gonna drive it home, right? If I don't like something about, I'm gonna be like, yep, this is the thing. This is the thing they didn't do this winter that they really needed to do. I couldn't find it. I truly could not find it. If you want to say power, great. Where was that power at the beginning of last year? They had to go get that power at the trade deadline last year in Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor, and they were still in it. They were still right there in it, and now they're going to start the season with Naylor, with Donovan. I don't see it. I don't see the problem here. I don't see the weakness. I'm not looking at this thinking, man, they need to hit more home runs. I'm thinking there might be a couple of spots in the order that you might want to improve at a later time, but I don't see any weaknesses in this roster right now. I think the Houston Astros and the Texas Rangers are in big trouble.
How do you feel about the bullpen?
I like it. I like what they did. I'm a big Ferrer fan. I think sometimes it's a little harder to see why a pitcher like that might be worth what it costs Seattle to get in Harry Ford. because he hasn't been a big strikeout guy. But if you dig down in high leverage situations, that strikeout rate climbs from 22, 23%, a lot closer to 30. I think he was up over 28% in those kinds of situations. So that's going to be really fun to see Ferrer evolve in that way. But he's still going to be a guy a little bit like Gabe Spire, who when he doesn't get the strikeout, he's going to get the ground ball, and they needed some left-handed help down there, and they may be looking for more as we speak.
I know that health is going to be key for the Mariners' rotation this year, obviously central to their identity and how they want to win. But you know far more than I do, it felt to me like there was something that wasn't right with the rotation outside of just health that I couldn't put my finger on. So when I ask, hey, where do you want to see improvement or what do you want to see? I guess I'm asking about anything outside of just that a bunch of guys don't land on the IL.
Yeah, I think it was a very strange year last year with the rotation, wasn't it? We saw they were terrific in 23, terrific in 24. They kind of added Wu and Miller to that mix in 23, and they were all really good, 2 years ago. And then last season, the injuries, though, while we can't predict them and we don't know how much that was part of why Bryce Miller had a strange season. I don't know what the difference was exactly with Kirby. He missed the first 6 weeks, but he seemed healthy after that. Why was his season different? But I've been looking a lot at Logan Gilbert. And the thing that drove me crazy a little last year, and it probably drove him crazy too, he made 25 starts and only got through 133 innings, I think it was. That's not efficient. That's not Logan Gilbert. The stat here is very strange. In 2024, he made 33 starts and covered 80 more innings. And he had just 7 starts all year when he didn't get through 6. But in 2025, he had 11 straight starts the first half of the year where he didn't get through 6 and only got through 6 8 times all season. The efficiency was a problem for Gilbert, despite the fact that his raw stuff looked better and he was increasing his strikeout rates and in general still throwing strikes. So maybe there's an efficiency thing there, and maybe that's what he's trying to accomplish with some of his mechanical changes. But that rotation is obviously very key and foundational to this roster. And, yeah, I don't know what the answer to that is. You just kind of hope that they start the year healthy, they can go through their routines, they stay healthy, and they can iron out some of those issues they had a year ago. I mean, it seemed like good news on Bryce Miller at the end of the season, that he's healthy and didn't need surgery. The Logan Gilbert thing with the forearm, with the elbow there, he's throwing the ball pretty well. Like, we've seen him pretty good, and his first spring outing, he was up to 97. So you just hope, the health is there so the other things can be worked on. I think that's one thing we don't really see and always recognize on the surface. When guys are hurt or coming off the IL, the routine is out of whack. And if they have to iron out mechanics and things like that, sometimes it can take all year.
We were talking about who should be opening day starter. We know it's a big hit to the ego, right? If you're not that guy. We've seen Castillo be the guy, Logan be the guy. Who do you feel like should be the opening day starter for the Mariners?
For me, it's Gilbert. I think it's Gilbert until he's not a Seattle Mariner anymore, to be honest with you, at least for the foreseeable future. I'm not a big fan of just simply going with the guy who had the best year the year before, because obviously that would be Brian Wu in this case. I want to set it up, and Seattle's going to do this because this is what they do. They're going to set it up first, who's ready to go. If someone's not ready to go the first couple of days of the season, they'll push him back and they'll be the fifth starter. That might be Brian Wu, it might be Bryce Miller, it might be Logan Gilbert, it could be any of them. But if I have my choice, I'm going Logan Gilbert at the top there, because he's that guy I think I can build that momentum off of in a series, in a season, in a month after the break. Like, he's that guy who I expect to go 6 or 7 just about every time out and maybe dominate. And the addition of his splitter and the value he's getting from his entire arsenal right now. We even thought last year when he was, only going 5 innings a lot, we still saw dominance. We saw the strikeout numbers, and that's the guy I want in the number 1 spot to start the season.
Not only how soon could we see Colt Emerson, but I guess what should my expectations be for him? I mean, you know a ton about prospects. I know that he's their number 1 prospect. I know he's a really special player. I'm also trying to maybe temper my expectations for what we could see. What about you?
Yeah, I think Emerson and Cole Young are kind of keys to the season. When you look at the roster, when you compare them to the other teams in the division, some of the other good teams in the league, Cole Young or Colt Emerson could be the difference. between what Seattle's pushing out there on a 26-man basis versus the Blue Jays or the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Astros. And, Cole Young, it seems like he's probably going to get the nod at second base to start the season. But Colt Emerson came on so fast last year. And I think essentially what happened at some point in May or early June, he just got to a point where it was just all about his skills. Like, he stopped getting in his way. He made some mechanical changes. As far as when he's ready, for me, I look at this and say, can we just make sure? Can this team just make sure they're not rushing him? Try to avoid the idea that, maybe he's not ready. Maybe he comes up and struggles and we have to send him back. I mean, sending a player back, isn't the end of the world. I mean, Mike Trout, struggled and got sent back to the minors, for crying out loud. But you don't want that. You don't want to set yourself up for calling a player up and then having to send him back. Can we just get him, longer than a cup of coffee in AAA? It was up a couple of weeks. Last year he didn't spend, much time in AA either. Can we just season him just a little bit and just kind of make sure? But he's so good that, we might look up in early May and he's hitting 340 with power and contact in AAA. And then at that point, he just forces your hand. So, I'm still thinking June, July on Colt Emerson. But I think the performance of the big club, dictates that a little bit. If he's showing he's ready, if he's performing and it looks like he's ready for the next challenge, they probably just have to find a spot for him. And I'm guessing that's probably going to be June or July.
I had a texter selling me on the Big Four. It was like, Bump, our Big Four is the reason why the Mariners will win the division and compete for a title. When you look at the Big Four, who is that to you, and how do they compare to other teams' Big Four across MLB?
Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the rotation. I think of them as five. I still think of them as five. I think it's the foundation of this club. It has been since Jerry Dipoto got here, and they got to 2021 or 2022. You could tell that starting pitching was going to be the most important thing, the foundational thing that kind of led them wherever they were going to go, which is really what's interesting about a year ago, because as a group they weren't as good, and they still got as far as they did. But when you compare to the rest of the league, I think we go back to Stacy's question about, health, and are we going to see the real Logan Gilbert? Or, what's George Kirby going to look like? Are we going to get back more to what these guys, did in 2024, minus Brian Wu, because he was obviously terrific last year. And if we do, it's among the elite rotations in the league. But it goes five deep, and it's really, really important that it goes five deep and that there isn't an actual weakness in that rotation, because you don't line up your number one against the other team's number one very often. It doesn't happen in the maybe opening night a couple of times randomly throughout the season, but a lot of times your 4 and 5 starters going up against the number 1 and 2 starter. And Seattle's advantage the last couple of years has been their 4 and 5 is basically as good as some teams' number 1 and number 2, and they're winning those games, at an uneven number compared to the rest of the league. So I still look at it as 5. I include Castillo in that, even though he's a little older. And I do think they have an advantage there. So, but yeah, I think it's just going to be key. Do we get the real Bryce Miller? Do we get the real George Kirby? Do we get the real Logan Gilbert? And kind of see what happens. Because if you're telling me yes, that they've kind of all figured it out and they're all kind of back to form, like I'm betting on that rotation as much and as often as any rotation in baseball. And there are times when they just roll through and they all go 7. And your bullpen's sitting down there watching cartoons because they got nothing else to do except in a 9-0 game. And the kid that's up from the minors, gets to go in and make his major league debut. I mean, that has happened in the last couple of years. And that's what happens when this rotation is right.
I'm getting back to actually my first question for you a little bit because it was a point made in that column. But and you hinted at it yourself. One of the things I keep seeing from especially national outlets is like, hey, there will be regression in home run totals for Cal Raleigh, which wow, shocking. Yeah, I think that most of us are kind of expecting that. And I would imagine that as the season goes, most especially if this offense is in any way off to a slow start, there will be more of those critiques about, they needed to account for that regression. So I'll start now with the offseason moves they made. And with how the team looks, do you feel like they accounted for it?
Yeah, I do. I think power is just one way to go about things. Mm-hmm. The teams that hit the most home runs, aren't always, the best teams. I think the Angels were 4th in the majors in homers last year, and that's one of the worst teams you've ever seen in your life, right? Like they don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to win. They don't score runs consistently. They score 13 one night and 2, 3 nights in a row. Seattle was, third in the bigs in homers. I think as long as they're over 200 or so, I think they're fine. I think they had 238 a year ago. I think what we're going to see is we're going to see more consistent bat to ball. I think we're going to see more hits. I think we're going to see Seattle's average climb a little bit, the on-base percentage climb a little bit, and it'd be a little bit less, home run based, more contact, things like that. Maybe more walks as well. They've always been a team that's walked plenty, a little under 9%, I believe, last year. But I think it's just a little bit of a different lineup now. And I also look at it this way. I talked about this, a couple of weeks back with Cal Raleigh. Is he going to hit 60 home runs again? I mean, probably not. Nobody thought he was going to hit, even 50 last year, and he hit 60. But assuming he only hits 35 or something more reasonable, that doesn't mean that everything else stays the same. Maybe his on-base percentage goes up. Maybe his contact rate, is higher, and he hits, 265 or 270 instead of 247. Maybe that on-base percentage is up 20 or 30 points. You're not like taking those home runs off the board and adding them as outs or strikeouts for Cal Raleigh. That's obviously not how this worked. And if they pitch around him, and his willingness to take a walk is just going to set up other hitters in the lineup. I look at this as you have Donovan and Naylor for the entire season. You didn't have Naylor until August last year. You're a better team to start the season than you were a year ago. You're going to score runs maybe a little bit differently. But I also look from the power standpoint. Could you get more out of Julio Rodriguez? That's possible, right? Like Naylor's going to hit his 18 or 20. Rosarena's going to hit his 20, 25. You don't have Polanco around, and he had, 25 or 26 last year. Crawford's not much of a home run hitter, but, what's going to happen with those platoon spots, which is kind of another wild card in this whole thing. Refsnyder and Robles from the right side, Raley and Canzone from the left side, in right field and at DH mostly. What is that going to look like? Because some of those guys can hit some home runs too. And if they match those guys up right, those could be two pretty darn good platoons where there's power involved, at least from the left side. So how that turns out, I don't know, but I think they're fine. I don't look at the power part of it. I don't look at Cal's drop in power and just say, man, this is a big problem. I think, could Julio hit a few more? Could Julio just perform a little bit better? I look at Julio's season last year, guys, and I say 267, 324, 474 with basically nothing at home. He's got to be better than that. It's like he had a good year, not a great year, and I think that's been the knock on Julio a little bit. But, he can be significantly better than that, and has at home. When you look at his home road splits, just be what he was at home a couple of years before, and we're talking about an MVP candidate. We're talking about a guy who hits 280 with a 350 OBP and probably 35, maybe even 40 homers, and is one of the best players in the league, even offensively, and we don't have to sit and say, yeah, but he steals bases and he plays defense. I think some of that will also make up for what Cal Raleigh's doing. Again, I'll go back to Colt Emerson. I'll go back to Cole Young, players that we're basically giving a nothing to at this point because we just don't know what to expect from them. We don't know when they're going to come up. We don't know when they're going to perform or if they're going to perform at all. What if they do?
What do you expect out of Josh Naylor? You feel like he can repeat what he did last year?
Yeah, I think that's the thing about Naylor is that he's so consistent. And even when he starts slow or has a bad month, he kind of always gets back to, 280, 290, 300, get on base enough, hit 18, 20 homers. And he had 31 homers, a couple of years ago. He had 20 a year ago. But a lot of contact, enough walks, 2.5, 3-win player, play his position. He's never going to have a ton of range, but he's also not going to make mistakes over there. He's not fast, but we've seen him steal a lot of bases. That's going to be really interesting to watch in 2026. And at 30 stolen bases, if you'd have told me Josh Naylor was going to steal 30 bases, I'd have bet you my left hand on it a year ago. I mean, that's just one of the craziest stats that I can remember. But, yeah, that's the value of a guy like Josh Naylor. Brendan Donovan falls into the same category. Reliable, with the bat on the ball, hit a bunch of line drives, and be consistent, month to month and season to season. So that's absolutely what I expect out of both of those players.
Lots to talk about when it comes to those young pitching prospects, as well as Logan Gilbert's possible extension. Go listen to the newest episode of Baseball Things. He is Jason Churchill. Thanks, Church.
Church.
Hey, good talking to you guys. Thanks. Appreciate it.
See ya. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, real
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, Adam Schefter reports the 49ers could release left tackle Trent Williams if they're unable to restructure his $39 million cap hit. What's the real headline?
The first 49er to miss time with 2 healthy hamstrings. You're telling me he's not hurt? I didn't know 49ers could do that.
He's just old.
He's 37. He may not have 2 fully healthy hamstrings, I'm going to be honest.
Still one of the best tackles in the game, though.
Absolutely.
You know, tackles, quarterbacks. Yeah, that's about it. Those 2 positions last a long time in the NFL. I wonder who's going to pick him up. I would say look at him here in Seattle, but you got your tackles. You got Abe. You got Charles Cross. If he were a guard, it'd be a different story. But no, he'll be employed if he wants to be employed. And it feels like, I said the Seahawks have like a 2-year window. It feels like the window's shutting on those Niners real quick.
I actually wanted to revisit the question that you asked earlier, which I thought was a great one, which is where's the smoke for the 49ers who have the same championship drought 1 year longer as the Dallas Cowboys? And Ian mentioned, the Cowboys also have had like horrible playoff luck or not gotten there, whereas like the 49ers have gone to NFC championships. So I was thinking about it, and I'm realizing I think my answer, Bump, is the 49ers have actually been elite in terms of building up championship rosters and really strong rosters and trying to really contend and take advantage of their window. Their story is not one of a team like failing to produce. It's of a team that suffers what 31 other teams do every single year, which is you don't win a Super Bowl. Like, it's so incredibly hard to win a Super Bowl. They fall into the same category to me as like great Baltimore Ravens teams with Lamar Jackson, where they're like, they can't get past neither of them can get past Mahomes, apparently. The Eagles, to me, are more a story of, at times, ineptitude or hubris or, you know what I mean? It's not just not making the playoffs. It's missing out on re-signing the right guys or being stubborn with negotiations or making bad trades. That, to me, is what I think of with Dallas.
Dallas is a mess.
Ineptitude.
It's a mess. That's what I think.
Hot mess.
I think of a messy room from a 9-year-old.
49ers, that's a story about tragedy.
That's Romeo and Juliet.
You know what I mean? That's a romantic kind of suffering. Cowboys is just a clown show. What's next?
Headline rewrite.
Headline number 2, the Cardinals and Kyler Murray have reportedly not spoken since the end of Arizona's season. That's per ESPN's Josh Weinfuss. What's the real headline?
Have they tried contacting him on Xbox Live?
What's his gamer tag?
Has anyone reached out to see maybe in the middle of Call of Duty, just Kyler, it's us, Kyler?
Hop in the party.
Yeah. We're trying to talk to you. Please answer your phone.
Maybe they don't want to talk.
They definitely don't want to talk.
Kyler's like, yeah, I know I'm out. The Cardinals are like, yeah, we know you're out.
Yeah.
Let's just go through our process. I'm sure Kyler's doing everything he has to do to stay ready. He's going to be in shape. His agent is shopping him around. And no, they don't. This is inevitable. We know this is going to happen.
They're the couple that needs to break up, and they're not talking to each other because they know that like it's inevitable.
Yeah. They're going to break.
Do you think Kyler actually will raise the level of a team? If there's a team like a middling team on the brink, what about the Colts? Maybe who are kind of looking for a guy still. Is he the guy that's going to push somebody to that next level?
He could be. I think it's something happens when you feel like you're not wanted somewhere, you go somewhere else, you get rejuvenated. I wouldn't count on it, but he has the physical talent to be that guy. But there's a whole bunch of things that go along with him. So I hope the best for Kyler, man. I hope that this time in his life makes him reevaluate, reassess, and just kind of lock in and get after it because he has the talent. It's just everything else.
Is there a play in particular you think about? Or I ask because when I asked you, like, hey, all these free agent quarterbacks and then a couple guys who might get traded, ignore their background. Who's the most purely talented player? You said Kyler Murray.
Yeah. I mean, when you talk about just throwing the football, running the rock, I mean, he's one of the better athletes in the NFL, but, you know, he's a short king. It's hard for short kings to win championships.
You know what? We out here.
Ouch, yeah.
My petites. Shout out to my petites.
Headline rewrite.
Headline number 3, Cal Raleigh hit his first Cactus League home run yesterday. Mariners 12-10 loss to the White Sox. What's the real headline?
You know the pressure's on when we're counting Cactus League game home runs.
Doesn't matter.
I knew that you'd do that.
Spring training doesn't matter. Is there going to be any surprises with this lineup, Stacy?
I want to play devil's advocate and say, yeah.
But you know.
But I don't think there will be.
No, look, it matters when it comes to timing and, you know, getting into the groove. I understand that. But, man, this whole lineup can go over. And they're still going to roll up the same lineup that we're expecting. So, yeah, Cal, go ahead and do your thing. Hit your bombs. But until we have, what are those things called that they hang on opening day? Red,
The
white, and blue.
bunting.
Mm-hmm.
The bunting. Until the bunting is out there, doesn't matter. We know what the lineup's going to be. Just get in shape, get your arms ready, get your eyes ready, get timing down.
Latest from Logan Gilbert coming up at 12:45, including a question Brock and Salk asked him about a potential contract extension. Before we get to that, though, could the Seahawks be playing a game in London this year? We'll tell you what you need to know next on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2 on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Brendan Donovan, the latest acquisition for your Seattle Mariners. He is a guy who gets on base. He doesn't strike out much. He's your leadoff hitter.
You know, everything that he says, he's a grinder. He loves baseball, and I love that, man.
Yeah,
Which is a
somebody's
good
just
thing, man.
all about baseball.
Yeah.
That's his sole focus.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Seattle, we are champs. Man, I know everyone is looking to unwind and celebrate. No better place than Silver Reef. They got deluxe rooms, a full-service spa, and enough restaurants to try something new every meal of the weekend. My favorite is the Cantina. It's authentic Mexican food passed down through generations. Pop in for lunch or for dinner. If it's golf season, you guys know I love playing some golf, man. Get a quick 9 in, go to the range if the weather permits at Loomis Trails Golf Course. You've never played this place. It is a gem in the Northwest. Trust me. If you're in the mood for entertainment, Netflix and Amazon Prime stars Three Sisters Comedy takes over the event center on Saturday, February 28th. Get your tickets ahead of time for a fresh, fearless, and hilarious take on life, family, identity, and everything in between that will have you laughing out loud for sure all night. Silver Reef Casino Resort. Head north on I-5, exit 260. I love it there. You're missing out if you've never been. If you've been there, get back there this weekend. You know you love it. Book your stay at silverreefcasino.com. That's silverreefcasino.com.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get broadcast times for every Three Tree Roofing Mariners Cactus League broadcast.
Holy smokes, he does it again!
At seattlesports.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that, cools up to 8 times faster, and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3.
Do it anyway. Gonna do it anyway.
I don't know what the melody goes like.
Okay, we'll find it later. I'm getting off the
singing
rails.
the entire time we were show prepping.
It is gone.
gosh.
And it's
We
gone,
would
just
not
like
stop.
that. It's gone. Going to London Dungeons. You've been there before, the London Dungeons.
No.
It's Jack the Ripper, a story of Jack the Ripper.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Face in your face. What is it? Face.
What?
There's a club in London
Called
that-
Bass in Your Face.
I don't know, something like that.
I went to England when I was 14, 15, and we went to we were outside of London in a place that's called Eastbourne. It's by the water, and we used to go to a club at night called the Shuttle. And the girls would be like, "You going to the Shuttle tonight?" And I, heck yeah, I'm going to the Shuttle.
You're gonna speak with a British accent for weeks after you
Don't
get
let
back
me go to
from that
London.
game.
I'm gonna apply for dual citizenship, honestly.
Honestly,
the Ministry of Sound is what I was.
Ministry of Sound.
That's a London club.
I'm gonna get the breaking news banner that the Seahawks are gonna play the Commanders in London, and my heart's gonna drop into my stomach knowing that you're just gonna be like, "Hello," for weeks. Despite a rough postseason, Texans GM Nick Caserio says it's time to buy into CJ Stroud.
He's our quarterback. He ain't going anywhere. We have a lot of confidence, a lot of belief. I mean, I'd say the philosophy that D'Amico and I have, we're going to support our players and do everything we can to kind of help them. And this league's about ups and downs. I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, there's no team that's undefeated unless I miss something this year. So that's not going to happen. By and large, we're probably going to lose 5 or 6 games. There's going to be some margin on either side. You're going to have some good plays. You're going to have some bad plays. You're going to have some good games. You're going to have some bad games. Okay, how do you bounce back? How do you handle that? So it's just, I mean, this league is a one game at a time proposition. How you handle it, every situation, ultimately is going to determine your success and your longevity. So the stock market's been going down for 5 days, so everybody's probably panic selling. So really what you're doing is you're investing more. So, but anyways, we have a lot of confidence in CJ. We got a lot of confidence in our players, and I'm glad he's our quarterback.
I know we mentioned a couple days ago him saying, like, what a moronic question, but this is just actual sound and then more insight into kind of how a GM is going to look at their quarterback as it's a long-term investment. When you know that there's value there, this isn't like I'm panicking selling stock.
What do you mean it's time to buy into CJ Stroud? What do you mean? You have no choice. You're going to buy into Davis Mills? You're going to buy into Graham Mertz? Like, no disrespect to my guys. Get your money, paycheck, backup quarterback, great position in the NFL. But what do you mean it's time to buy into CJ Stroud?
No.
No, you're already bought in. You're locked in.
It was your number 2 pick.
You're locked in for at least a couple more years. So I think that was unnecessary, but I guess he was asked a question, so he had to answer.
If anyone didn't see Bump on the Seattle Sports video stream, he threw his hands up in the air during that part of the answer with like, what do you mean it's time to buy in?
Yeah, they tripping.
One would hope.
Yeah. Who else Davis Mills.
The narrative surrounding him, CJ, like out of his freshman season was like, this is the next god. Like this was CJ Stroud was on such a tear. He took them to the playoffs and broke all these records. And then the narrative completely flipped in year 2. It's like you have one sophomore slump and everybody's just like, we got to throw him away.
Well, and I think for a while it was blamed on regression for the offensive line, an offensive coordinator that they later fired that just wasn't a fit for them. But then CJ himself, I think with the lasting taste being so many turnovers in a stretch of postseason games, like that's going to do it too. I just like the idea of what Nick Caserio said is the equivalent of, I don't care what anyone says, I like you. And you're like, wait, what? Who said it's not time to buy into CJ Stroud?
I get it, I guess. You got to give the public what they want to hear.
That's tough. The Bears are coming off a feel-good 2025 season. So what does Caleb Williams need to improve on heading into year 3? GM Ryan Poles gave his answer at the Combine.
I would say just the efficiency. I mean, he learned a lot through this season. I think it's taking what's given to him, being a little bit more efficient, and then obviously holding on to that special thing that he has when the game's on the line, or it looks like it's ebbing away from us to capture that back and bring a win back to the table. So, just the starting fast, coming out of the halftime, a little bit more efficient is going to put us in a situation where we should be in those crazy moments too. So, I'm looking forward to seeing his growth.
I think the laugh at efficiency is fair when you consider that he had the worst completion percentage of all regular starting quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I still say he's one of the most talented players throwing the football.
That's true.
I mean, he can do some things. But, yes, he does need to get better at that department. What is it, like 53% or something like that?
You cannot be hovering just over 50%.
Nah, this ain't 1982.
No, consider the Mendoza line 60%. Like, you cannot be at 53%.
It's not like his receivers are like chronic droppers or anything either. He's just kind of an overthrow guy.
Yeah, and sometimes it works out and it looks really cool. And then other times you lose some games that you probably should have won. Nick Sirianni stopped by the Rich Eisen show at the Combine. He was first asked to clarify his comments on A.J. Brown from Tuesday.
I can only say I love A.J. Brown. Right. He is a great teammate. He is a great football player. And when is that? Have you ever heard me say, I guarantee we win this game? I guarantee we did. You don't do that in this league. And so when it's kind of put that way, you're just like, I'm getting asked the impossible question, whether I answer it this way or that way. And so you just go and again, all I'll say is I love A.J. Brown and I love the player. I love the person. Man, I'm really grateful for the relationship I have with him. That's why you get into this. You get into this for the relationships. You get into this to help guys achieve goals that they want to be able to achieve as a coach and be a servant leadership for them. And so, man, I can't say I love I love that relationship that I have with him.
The headline that was making the rounds was, if anyone didn't see it, Nick Sirianni saying he can't guarantee whether or not A.J. Brown would be back.
No, I think anyone who watches football casually and peeps in on the Eagles knows that this was going to be an option. A.J. Brown's not happy there, didn't like the offense. You do have a new offensive coordinator coming in this year. Who knows what that relationship is going to be like. I think it's time for AJ to move on, honestly, man. Get something out of that. He still has some years left in him where he could be a number one receiver. You got Devontae Smith over there. Just roll with him. I think it's better for them to go the separate ways.
If there was a leaderboard of teams you hear the most about that you typically might not care about, like where's the most drama, Eagles have to be right near the top, right? If they're not number one, it's them and the Cowboys. Like just teams that always have some kind of drama. There's always some kind of story. There's some kind of person said this on Instagram. Eagles might be the most dramatic team.
Chiefs are up there too, where it's like
Recently,
you're in the middle
yes.
of the country, man. I
would
do
say
not care.
The Eagles, though, are a lot more justified in their attention because the Cowboys are one that get the most, and they
undeservedly.
They haven't been to a Super Bowl, as we talked about, in 30-plus years.
Very fair. Nick Sirianni was asked about all that drama surrounding his team all the time.
You know what? We've won a lot of games with it being ups and downs, and and I wouldn't trade our success, for anybody. We've had a lot of success. We've been able to get to the top of the mountain in my first 5 years here, and an opportunity to play it in the game at another portion of it. And so, yeah, it works for us. It works for us, and our job is to be able to block out everything, focus on the process, and be able to go to work and do it.
He said, we're good. Of course we get attention.
Yeah. I mean, when you have success, eyes are going to be on you.
Yeah.
Welcome to Seattle, Super Bowl champions of the world, Craig. Eyes are going to be on you. So you just get used to it. You learn how to operate under those circumstances, honestly. It's like the Mariners, too. Like the Mariners and the Seahawks have the most eyes on them at one time than they've ever had before. So, yeah, it's a cost of business.
We were able to hear from Mike Macdonald at the Combine. That's coming up at 1, about 20 minutes from now. Before we get to it, we also heard from Logan Gilbert talking about a potential contract extension. That's next on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
He built the Seahawks into the 2025 Super Bowl champions.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
And every Thursday afternoon at 4, he's on Seattle Sports.
I mean, we have higher expectations for ourselves.
It's the John Schneider Show, presented by Silver City Brewery. 2025 NFL Executive of the Year, John Schneider.
I think it's the ultimate organizational award.
Every Thursday at 4, exclusively on the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory is a little different. We actually reach out to the small business world, to Joel Taylor and Sean O'Donnell from Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants. Sean, when Joel brought this to you, the idea of why don't we take this First Mark Challenge victory, what was your thought?
My goal was to save some money and to simplify our operations. We've got 6 locations now, and along with that comes complications. And when things get complicated, things that are important get forgotten. First Mark was able to simplify that and also save us money.
Not only have they saved us money, they helped us identify some blind spots in our policies. Their service team has been phenomenal, unparalleled in my experience, given us a lot more solutions with better coverage, and just made too much sense.
First Mark's just made it easy for us.
So if you're a business owner and your insurance is in need of simplifying and streamlining and eliminate the stress, do what Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants did. Reach out to First Mark Insurance. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, your teammate in the business world too. Going to work for you.
It's Olympic Hot Tub's floor model finale. Don't experience FOMO. Get in now and save thousands on remaining 2025 floor model hot tubs. But hurry, our floor model finale ends February 28th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
It took us 93 years to build this reputation, but it'll take just 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Robert Meyer from Swedish Hospital. Dr. Meyer, tell us about the amazing results prostate cancer patients are getting with Swedish CyberKnife.
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. The treatment is very effective at eradicating the cancer, has minimal side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
Find out more at swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Don't miss the All-Sound Plumbing Mariners Cactus League report. Tuesday nights at 7. Going inside Mariners camp on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Dino was suffering from a rotator cuff tear in his right shoulder.
Part of the pain is like taking off my shirt. I couldn't even really button my pants. I could actually qualify for a shoulder replacement if I wanted to go that route.
He chose to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I heard the commercials for Dr. Wagner. I did my research. I thought about surgery, but the recovery time was so long. I didn't want to have to be in the sling. I want to be able to retire in a few months, get back to bike riding and playing golf without any pain in my shoulder.
Dino knew from experience that stem cell therapy works. Dr. Wagner had already helped him recover from osteoarthritis in his thumb, but he's not done yet.
And now 2 years later, I'm having an issue with my left shoulder, so I've got it scheduled, and I'm going to go back to see Dr. Wagner again because it was so successful.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Logan Gilbert was on with Brock and Salk this morning. So much sound to go over. We learned a lot. First, I'm going to start with the business side of things. He was asked whether there have been any contract talks.
I really haven't heard much lately. And yeah, I kind of thought that with Cal last year. You never know how things are going to work out, but every year it's crazy. Like, we're just talking about how many years it's been already. I'm starting to feel old, and then free agency is right around the corner, and it's exciting but unknown at the same time because this is all I've known my whole life and my best friends here and stuff like that. So again, I would love to stay here. I haven't really heard much, but you know, maybe a good tryout here in spring training and things work out. You never know.
I don't think that's necessarily bad news. Credit to Brock and Salk for asking.
He said a good tryout. What are you talking about?
He knows it's coming.
Yeah, he knows it's coming. He's playing the humble.
Yeah.
And which is fine. I feel like most of the Mariners kind of fall in line when it comes to that. And yeah, he's a centerpiece, man. When I talk about the pillars of this organization, he's one of the names that pops up. I mean, he's part of the identity. Walter on the mound doing his thing. So yeah, just get ready.
He was asked about the expectations for the team.
I mean, just win it all right off the bat. That has to be the expectation, the goal, nothing less. I don't like getting into let's make the playoffs or win the division or, you know, maybe next year we get to the World Series. Like, I don't want it to be step-by-step type of thing. It's great if we fail our way into that like we did last year, but Progress is great, but we have to shoot for the whole thing, and that has to be the expectation too. No team wins the World Series by, accidentally doing it or thinking, well, we played above what we should have. I think from the get-go, we have to think we're the best team. We're going to be the last one standing.
That's the expectation. I know that's the expectation. So now that we've gone over the basics, the expectations for the season, what's contract stuff, let's just get to the fun parts of the interview. What were your first impressions, Bump, before I played Logan's of Josh Naylor compared to what he ended up being? Like, were there two different Joshes?
My first impression was he was extremely intense, like almost too intense. Like, have some fun, dog. Loosen up.
Chill, bro. Just take the trident.
Just chill a little bit. But then as, you peel back the layers and you see him more and his interaction, he ended up being a more gentle human being than I thought he would be.
Totally agree. Logan talks about getting to know Josh.
He's great. Took me a while to figure out. I still don't know if I have him all figured out, but he's very unique, like such a competitive guy on the field, but the nicest guy off the field. But when I was playing against him, I probably wouldn't have guessed that necessarily. But then I remember seeing him in passing and eventually came over here, and I'm like, this is the nicest guy ever. But on the field, he is an absolute gamer. People have said, like, he wouldn't really talk to you at first base. I don't know, but that's what I heard. So just a different cat, but a great teammate.
A guy you don't like to play.
Exactly. You want him on your team, not the other team.
You know what I like about his intensity? It doesn't seem performative at all. Like, it seems like a genuine love of baseball, but also like a drive to compete. You can sense it from him.
Yeah, that's that's when I train athletes, right? That's the main thing I look for. Like, are you a competitor? Because your back's going to be against the wall. You are going to be doubted. You're going to be down. If you're a competitor, you can find a way out, right? And most guys at this level are competitors like that. Some guys just show up and get the check and do their thing. But I can appreciate that because I feel like that stuff is contagious.
He talked about working on his sinker the other day.
I even worked a sinker in the game yesterday, that first strike. Another behind in the count option. I don't have high hopes for that, but it did make Cal really upset that I threw it, so that was a win in itself. He hates it.
Why does he hate it? Just nothing pitch?
Yeah, he just likes tried and true. He doesn't like when you mess around with all this stuff. I have a funky grip. It's kind of a funky pitch. So he likes things that he knows are
That's a sinker,
normal.
you said?
Can I say, did you hear Cal talking about Logan throwing this?
No.
I think it was his sinker that he was talking about. That it's the way Logan pitches it makes it hard to catch because it's pretty unpredictable and can be kind of wild. And I like that Logan's explanation is, Cal he doesn't like change.
I think Cal talked about it with Shannon last year, and he was like, every bruise you see on my thighs comes from a Logan Gilbert sinker.
Yeah. and Logan's version, of course, the pitcher is like, he doesn't respect my creativity. He doesn't see what I'm putting out.
Playing catcher is so hard.
I know.
It's so difficult.
I did have two more to get to here that I just thought one was funny and one was really insightful. This is another one that I thought was a cool behind-the-scenes look. This is on when he pitched in relief in Game 5.
That was the most nervous I've been because I don't know how the bullpen guys do it. I said afterwards all the time, so much respect for them that they can do that every single day because I'm out there like, when do I drink my coffee? When do I take my pre-workout? Am I getting in or not? Like, I'm trying to get confirmation here. Nobody knows. And then all of a sudden, it's like, boom, you're in the game. Fans are going crazy. You throw one bad pitch, and everything your teammates did for 3 hours is out the window. So it's a ton of fun, but it's also like, man, I like being a starter. That's what I'm used to.
I like that behind-the-scenes look at it.
Everything your team's done for 3 hours.
Right?
Down the drain.
You don't get to have a bad top of the second and then come back out in the third and look good. That's it.
That's a different kind of pressure right there.
I don't want any of it. I don't want anything to do with it. Okay. Now I wanted to get to what I thought were like more insightful bits. Logan talking about how hard it was mentally being hurt so much last year.
It was hard mentally at first, accepting that. And the sad reality is a lot of people go on the IL, and I don't ever want to be there again, hopefully, but still, like the timing was bad, but it's like a flexor strain, all things considered, is a win, kind of.
Scary.
And it's scary, but once you get the diagnosis and work with the right people, you know that you have a set timeline and not too long. And like 6 weeks is much different than a lot of people being out for a year and a half or 2 years or something. So, all things considered, I'll take it.
Bump, you know this too. Being cleared and healthy and ready to go does not mean that you are where you want to be mentally, emotionally, or even sometimes physically.
Yeah, being cleared means that everything structurally looks fine. I remember being cleared with my foot. I got a screw in my foot. And doctor's like, yeah, you're good. And I'm like, yeah, but it don't feel right. It still doesn't feel right. So, yeah, those are two different things. The main thing is the mental, right? Like, how do you convince yourself that I'm all out? I can just go and let loose. Some people have the ability just to do it, and I envy those people. Me personally, when I got my injury, they had to take me to the hospital like 2 more times. Let me look at the x-rays myself like I'm an expert. I know what I'm looking at. But I have to convince myself mentally.
You take
like,
glasses out?
Yeah, I'm like, all right. I'm sure they don't do x-rays the way they used to back in the day. Put it against the little light, and I'm sure it's digital.
That's
now.
how they did it?
Yeah.
Wow, straight out of a movie. I just didn't know that. I've never seen an x-ray done.
You didn't have x-ray on your elbow when you dislocated it?
They did one. They didn't show me.
No?
No.
All right. Well,
I've only ever seen.
They probably don't do it like that now.
Yeah.
I thought you were making
bring it up on a computer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
hey,
I wasn't.
I was in the Stone Ages, man. They used to put that thing against the light.
Really? You never, Stacey, you've never seen them hold up the sheet to the light.
It's like all black and.
No, I'm not kidding. I straight
I've
up thought
it.
that was from like the 90s. I was shocked that when you played, they were doing that. I was like, no way.
Yeah,
that was a genuine surprise. I thought this was like an old
the
school
X-rays
thing.
of my foot. I still have them. Yeah.
Well, and there would be like a delay in getting the X-ray and getting the picture back because they had to develop the film.
This is like
now it's instantaneous.
when I learned yesterday that water freezes below 32 degrees and not below 35. You know what I mean? I just had a moment.
Stacey Learns segment.
The more you know.
Yeah, that those physical X-rays were not something stuck in like 94. That they very much.
I'd say probably.
That's what I'm
like
saying.
2010, they were still around.
Yeah. It's all digital now, I would assume, though. I haven't broken a bone, knock on wood, in a long time.
The most important sound we learned from Mike Macdonald coming up next.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2 on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
That experience of last year being part of the most successful season in Mariners history, how much does that help the players grow? I wonder how it impacts Dan Wilson. How much better can he be in year 2?
You know, I don't know. He's still going to go with his instincts. His instincts got us to 8 outs away from the World Series.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQ Bar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's radio to 64,000.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest. This is the power of 12 is 1, man.
KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The NFL announced host teams for the league's 2026 London games earlier this morning. They are the Jackson Commanders. The Jags will actually play 2 home games in London for the first time. Opponents and dates will be announced later, but the Seahawks are a potential candidate here because they play the Commanders on the road.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Mike Macdonald speaking with reporters at the NFL Combine, the latest from Seattle's head coach. We'll run through a couple here. First, in talking about the idea of copying things from other teams.
I've said this before. You can't copy. There's no, don't copy. Just have a vision of what you're trying to create, the systems that you believe in. What are the principles that you want to hang your hat on as a football team in each phase of the ball, and then go attack it. You know, there's so many different ways to play, schematically, to play great defense. What you can't sacrifice is how you play.
He doesn't like it when people cheat off papers, but he also says he really dislikes when coaches just try to copy what they see from other teams.
Michael, you copied. Where does your philosophy come from? Now, you've made it your own, but at some point, you looked at someone and said, I like that. I want to be a variation of that. You know, you win a Super Bowl championship, man, you just start flexing on fools. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I don't want to copy. And he's made this thing his own. This is completely Mike Macdonald. But at some point, someone taught him his ways, and he ran with it. So, yeah, I agree with him when it comes to maybe defensively is different. Offensively, when I was an OC, if a team ran a play and it worked against you, oh, you're going to see it again. I'm going to run it against you, maybe in my own way. The saying it's a copycat lead, it means something. People actually do that. So that's speaking from the offensive side of the ball. I think defensively, he runs stuff that other people run, that he's seen other people run, but it's his own. But he's Super Bowl champion, so I digress.
Is there a wrong way to do it that might be irking him? So, like, it's not just being inspired by something, but, like, is there a wrong way for a coach or a coordinator to copy?
If it doesn't fit what you do, like if you're just throwing it out there. That's why I said as an offensive coordinator, I would run plays that I saw, but within my system, right? I'd call it a certain way, be a certain formation. Certain players will be highlighted. If you're just running something that you saw on film just to run it and it doesn't fit who you are, then that's the problem. But, coach, you know you copy somebody.
He also talked about balancing what they want to get done as a team and as a coaching staff with everyone being on different timetables for their off seasons.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is just having a plan for what you want to achieve in the off season. So people's timetables are a little different. Some people, will prefer to take a little bit less of a break and get their bodies back going. Some people need to get away. It's just what's best for them. The most important part is their kind of mental stage and where their bodies are at as we start our off-season program. But it's definitely important to get away and get refreshed.
I feel like people are a little too critical of people getting away. Like, here's an NFL head coach being like, no, that's an important part of it. Like, you need to take some kind of mental or physical break.
Yeah, man. Get away from the game, relax your body, relax your mind, and come back refreshed. And athletics, it's one of the few, I guess, professions where you can take months off of work and just go do your thing because you work in such a high-pressure situation that's publicly critiqued. Everyone has an opinion of what you should and what you shouldn't do. No, I think that's important. Mike should take some of his own advice, though, and go chill. Relax, coach.
He's asked if anything with messaging changes now that they're Super Bowl champs.
I don't know exactly what we're going to say, but like the principles of how we're going to operate is we want to nail the daily goals and the daily standard about what we're trying to achieve and to become a championship team again. And it's really going to be that simple. How we build the offseason program, what we do on a daily basis, that's going to look a little bit different for a variety of reasons. But how we do our business, how we interact with each other, how we attack schematically, how we put things together, all those things that'll stay the same.
Do you think that's true? That there's not any change to messaging at all, or that you don't have to be aware of that in the background?
Change the messaging. I think there has to be some change, right? Because you're not the same team. You don't have the same identity. You're not a team that's trying to accomplish something that this group hasn't when it comes to coaches and players, like the core of this group. You've accomplished, you're at the top of the mountain right now. So now it was about the climb to the top of the mountain. Now is how do you stay there? So I think that the messaging does change a bit, but there are some core values that remain the same.
Let's talk about looking at the game in 4D, playing 4D chess here. Now, this is him talking about Daniel Stern.
Daniel and I have had a relationship for a long time. Daniel's a chasing edges guy. He's always in stuff. I think he thinks like four-dimensionally, about really the whole program. And he's really focused his talents on offense, so I'm excited what he's going to bring to the table for our offensive staff. Great person. I think he fits the identity of our team, and he's going to be a fun guy to have around in the building as well, and I think our players are going to love him.
Bump, how do you think four-dimensionally? Like, I think I know what he's talking about, but what do you think he's talking? Really?
I don't.
Okay.
I thought it was 3D and 2D. Where'd the 4 come from?
Are we talking about time and space?
What are we doing? Am I living in 4D right now? Is this 4D? What is this? What is my point of view right now, my perspective?
I don't know. Yeah.
This is 4D?
Just nodding.
Yeah, I think 4D, you can go backwards and up. Like 3D is just in and out and side to side.
And that's the one where you pay extra and they can spray some water and like scents and
your
stuff
chair
like
moves
that.
and stuff. Yeah,
that's the universe we're living in right now. No, what I thought that Mike Macdonald was hinting at is he takes everything into account at all times with the tasks that need to be done that day, goals they want to accomplish for that game or where players are, but also how all of that fits in with the philosophy that Mike Macdonald has, with how they want to be as an organization. That's how I took it.
I get it. I get it. But I never thought of it as 4D. He's covering all angles is what he's saying. I'm making sure that all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted, there's periods, proper grammar. You know what I mean? That's what he's saying. He's making sure that he's covering all angles, and I can appreciate that.
They also have to figure out a way to work everyone on that offensive staff. They hired Stern before hiring Fleury. Now Fleury is your OC. Mike Macdonald says they're still working through all those roles.
We haven't worked through what that's going to look like in the game right now. You know, Daniel's obviously an integral part of how they operate in Baltimore. I love how we do it here with Brian. He's been a tremendous asset for us and has put us in position to win numerous games that probably we shouldn't have. So that's going to remain the same between Brian, Leslie, and I. But I'm sure Daniel will have some way to interact with us on ideas that he has, and we'll work through that as we go. But really, I see the majority of his role right now working through the offensive staff and seeing how we want the pass game to come to life.
How much ego balancing do you have to do as a head coach when you're figuring out everyone's role on your coaching staff?
I think it's crucial, especially with this group, because you got 3 guys in-house still who interview for that coaching job. Janoko's gone, so that's one less to deal with. But I think that when you have the success that this team had, it's easier for guys just to fall in line. It's easier for guys to trust their leader and say, all right, maybe I wasn't ready for this opportunity. He found a guy who's ready. Let's get back to work and make sure our guys are prepared for what's ahead of them. If he were in this situation, say Kubiak went to the Vegas Raiders and they lost in the divisional round, then I think it'd be different. I think that there'd be more questions, even though they would have taken a step further from what they did last year, the year before, because 10 wins didn't make the playoffs, first 10-win team did not make the playoffs. So I think that trust and that camaraderie is built or is stronger because of the success that they've had and the leadership. I know that when I was a head coach, there were coaches who questioned me all the time, right? And that's to my face. I could imagine what was said like behind closed doors, like, oh, Bump should have did this, Bump should have did that. Everyone has their opinions. But when you win, that shuts all that up. It's like, yeah, maybe this game could have been easier. Maybe this scheme wasn't quite right. But you win championships, that shuts all that up. And these guys are here for a reason. If they didn't believe and they didn't feel like they were valued, they would have went to Las Vegas easily. I'm sure Kubiak was trying to grab everybody and their mama from here to go to Las Vegas. So, yeah, I think that McDonald has done a good job of getting these guys to trust and believe in what he's doing.
Kind of staying with that topic for a second, it's less just about the Seahawks and more about that dynamic. That, to me, would be one of the most underratedly difficult parts of being a coach. And maybe it's because I'm a people pleaser. So I'm thinking of it as me, Stacy, not as like the kind of person you'd need to be to get to this spot. But like me, Stacy, I'm too much of a people pleaser. I think there are so many parts to what a head coach has to do that no one even talks about. And one of them that's really intimidating for me would be managing those personalities. Everyone on your staff wants to be a head coach, right?
Yeah.
Everyone on your staff wants to get a raise, do this other job, do whatever. They think their ideas are going to help. Like, you have so many parts of that staff that you have to keep happy and keep fired up and keep supporting each other. Because the minute that people aren't sharing ideas and challenging each other, you fall apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone has to feel valued, right? You want your input heard. You want your ideas to be considered. And I think when you build continuity, that's kind of what happens, is that you're able to share your ideas freely and you're able to accept when they're not implemented into the game plan or whatnot. Or your Mike Macdonald does a good enough job of taking little pieces of every coach and putting it on the football field. That's just part of leading, man. And you know what? Thinking about that, he learned from Harbaugh. Harbaugh was a special teams guy when he got the head coaching job. Not offense coordinator, not defense coordinator. And special teams guys lean on their coaching staff the most, I feel like, out of any other staff because you're pulling from offense and from defense. You need your linebackers coach to get that second level on punt return. You need your offensive line guy on field goal. You need your defensive line guy on field goal block. You need your DB guys when it comes to gunners. So I think that him learning from Harbaugh kind of showed him that, all right, make guys feel valued. I used to gas guys up. Give me your idea. I know, dang well I ain't gonna use that idea, right? But I'm gonna make sure you're heard. You're heard, and every now and then I might use it. But for the most part, there was one guy, man. I remember he came to me with it's like one of my rookie coaching mistakes, right? I was like 28 years old. I'm a head coach at high school, and he comes to me with an idea, and the way he presented it, I just didn't like it, and I was like, hey man, let's focus on freshman football. I told him that, and I felt so bad afterwards. He was like, all I am is a freshman coach to you. In my head, I go, yeah, that's what you are. But as I got older, I'm like, all right, hear him out. Let him feel heard and seen. Tell him why I like it or I don't like it, and we'll see what happens. I think him learning from Harbaugh, because Harbaugh being a special team coach, he probably picked up on some of that, just making guys feel like they're valued and they're heard.
Speaking of freshman team, let's talk about some of these rookies and what they look like. He also talked about Zabel Emanwari and looking ahead to the 2026 class.
Well, it's incredibly important for multiple reasons. One, I mean, just look at the productivity we had of those top two guys, solidifying our offensive line with Gray, and really the leadership position that he's taken within our team was really integral towards our success on offense. And everyone talks about Nick, but that's kind of self-evident and how that came to life. But the whole rookie class as a whole, I think the way they handled their business in terms of being ready to go, understanding their stuff, putting in the extra time, showing that the vets, that they are invested in our team and it matters to them and they have respect for the guys that kind of laid the groundwork for them before them, let that connection happen quicker. And to the vets' credit, they're creating an environment where they let the guys kind of come in and be themselves and welcome them and show them the ropes. And if you don't have that, it's hard to build the team that we built. So that's something we're going to have to do moving forward. And obviously, we had a lot more picks last year going into the draft than we do this year. That will probably change, but those guys are going to be, foundational pieces for our team moving forward.
I thought that point about veterans was a good one. We have lots of glowing praise for Emanwari and Zabel, and we've been sharing it all year long. But credit to the guys that they were playing with, Charles Cross and Zabel, right, or the coaching staff, and credit to Julian Love and the other safeties for also helping guide and allow them that space to at times take a spotlight as a rookie. I would imagine that that's typically, I don't know if typically not the case, but that's not always the case.
Well, allowing rookies to shine?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was in the league, it was rookie shut up. Unless you're like top 10 pick, I think Aaron Curry was a pick when I was there, top 5, I want to say, got paid. He had a voice. You getting paid that much, and that was before there was chopping up on rookie pay. My man got like $45 million guaranteed. Woo, Wake Forest. Yeah, back in my day, it was like rookies are seen, not heard. And the personality of these athletes have changed a bit. The coaches have changed. Coaches are getting younger and younger and younger. What did Bennett say? He sees like a 25-year-old head coach one day?
Yeah, he thinks there's going to be a 25-year-old head coach.
It's just times have changed, man, and you got to be able to roll with it. And I think that, but a rookie is still a rookie.
Yeah.
Like Nicky Mawari, remember that brush up he had with Rick Willen on the sideline? Week 1 through 8, that ain't happening, right? As you get into the season, you've established yourself.
That's fair.
You're one of the guys. Now you have a bigger voice, but yeah, it's a different athlete these days, man.
Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what type of player should have more value in the NFL?
The more you do, the more you should be compensated, right?
Sure.
Like in any job, even here, right? We work at a radio station. Like if you're hosting, you write articles, you do videos for them, you should be paid accordingly, right? You do more
I try to plan outfits for all of us, but no one wants to match.
Well, we matched yesterday. My mom texted me.
It was very exciting.
Like the more you do, the more you should be compensated. But in the NFL, it's more like to specialize in something that you'll be compensated. I don't know what got me to Taysom Hill, but I was just looking at Taysom Hill. I'm like, man, quarterback, tight end, running back. He probably has gone down on special teams and made tackles. He should be compensated accordingly. He's made about $60 million in his career. That player should be valued, man. It's a jack of all trades. But it seems like in NFL, they just want you to be really good at one thing, and you'll get compensated that way. I don't know how I got there. I don't know how I got to Taysom Hill. I was looking at stats, and can't even tell you, Stacey. I saw Taysom Hill, and I said, that man should be appreciated a bit more.
He should. You're not wrong. It's also a fair take because he, I think, is such a weapon for them, or at his very best was such a weapon for the Saints. And I think that kind of role is seen as, instead of Taysom Hill, oh my God, he can really help you. It's, oh, he's a failed quarterback.
Yeah.
Or like, he's a quarterback, you had to move to a running back, and he's not even. And instead, Clint Kubiak, when he was first hired, unprompted, brought up Taysom Hill, talking about how much he loved working with him and just how unique he was and how much versatility he allowed for the offense. So much so that we all started talking about whether or not the Saints or whether or not the Seahawks would try to get Taysom Hill here. So it's a fair point. It's that our framing around it is sometimes as, oh, you failed at this and now you're this, instead of a player can be more uniquely valuable to one team, and that's okay. If it's valuable to that OC and that offense and that quarterback, that can be a really high-value weapon.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I agree with you.
Thank you.
I think it's a good point.
Appreciate it.
Second down. Why is NFL preseason the most important preseason in American sports?
The most important preseason. I'm looking at the Rodgers right now. I don't know why, but you guys got my focus right now.
You see my lunch bag here.
It's the most important preseason. Spring training. It doesn't mean absolutely nothing, Stacey.
Wait, doesn't or does?
It doesn't mean absolutely nothing.
Okay.
But we know what the starting lineup is going to be. We can map it out. We know what the rotation is going to be. We know Donovan's probably going to lead off. We know Julio's going to be at center. We know JP's going to be at shortstop. We know Cole's going to be second. Cal's going to be behind the plate. Got us starting by rotation. Josh is going to be at first base. Donovan's going to be at the. We know what's going down. So spring training, man, it's overrated. I appreciate it for what it is. It means baseball season has started. It means young guys get opportunity to grow and show what they can do. But NFL preseason is the only preseason where you'll see a diamond in the rough and be like, that guy can make the team. He's actually going to play. And he plays. Big ups, Efton Chisholm III, my white son. Okay? He did that. That's the way I made the team, right? I actually played as a preseason. So, yeah, man, I think it's important because obviously you get your timing down, you get your body ready or whatnot. But it's rare that we just see a guy come out of nowhere who's going to be in single-A ball in Wichita. Just 23-year-old just come out of nowhere and make the squad. We pretty much know who's going to make the squad and who's not. So basketball's the same. You know, your starting five is going to be spring training. My grandpa used to watch all the time. I appreciate you, Papa. Rest in peace. But it's overrated.
I mean.
And Mariner fans are going to come after me. And I'm here for it. I will stand there and take all these bullets. Football preseason is the best.
I will say this. Bump's not saying the regular season doesn't matter, which you could say for the NBA at times.
You could.
So,
you could.
So MLB always has that. And regular season games matter.
Definitely matters.
They don't all matter equally, depending on the time of year. But NBA regular season,
man,
there are games that just straight up don't matter at all.
For real.
Don't matter.
I got a friend who's a Knicks fan, and she was like, big game, Knicks versus the Pistons. I go, is it really? They're both going to make the playoffs. It'll be all right.
Load management going on? Is there no load management going on in this one, and that's why it's a big game? Fourth down. Earlier in the show, we were joined by Bob Condotta. Anything stand out from that conversation?
Yeah, the more I talk to people, the more I know or I feel that K9's not going to be here. And it's just, I mean, it's a reality. It's a reality. I'd be so surprised if he were here. And I wish K9 the best if he's not here. I think he deserves everything that he's going to get. Super Bowl MVP, one of the more elusive running backs in the game. But I just don't think it's going to happen. This is what I think. I think Jason's going to get signed. I think Shaheed's going to get signed. I think Kobe's gone. And I think K9 is gone.
Why are you convinced on Shaheed? Because you didn't used to be.
No.
Or you...
I mean, I felt it was a possibility.
Yeah,
but I feel more strongly about it because I just picture Jason, Horton, Cup, and Shaheed. I'm like, that four can compete with any four in the NFL right now. So I think that's important to them. I think that Sam's going to have some type of influence in this thing. I think Kobe, they're going to look at Kobe and say, yeah, you help us, but we got a Ty Okada who can kind of fill that void. So, yeah, but K9 gone.
What do they do if they can't hang on to Walker? Like, what would you like to see them do? Because I feel like leaning to just the draft and hoping that, like, the first running back you get. I know you've looked at Etienne.
Yeah, Etienne and Algier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw someone ask about Breece Hall, but the Jets are going to.
They just signed. They said they're going to tag him or sign him.
They said they're going to either way. So if they can't sign him, they're going to tag him and then try to get a deal worked out. But it's, I know that sometimes, understandably, news from opposite coasts take a minute to leak in. So if anyone's still championing for Breece Hall to be signed by the Seahawks, it's not going to happen. So I don't know if that changes anyone's opinion on Ken Walker, but it's interesting about Rashid. I feel like if you feel confident he'll sign here, then I feel more confident he'll sign here.
Let's be confident.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, I think the Hawks understand what the return game is. Like, kickoff returns are back.
Mm-hmm.
They're back into play. They're legit threats now. There's a time where it was just a formality. You kick the ball deep and line it up on the 20. Now they're forcing kickers to land, hit the ball in the landing zone because they're not separated by 30 yards when it comes to cover team and return team. You can scheme. I see guys pulling. Like, the kickoff return game has gotten more intricate, and I love that for the game. It's less violent, but a guy like Shaheed can change the game, man. He can bring back the Devin Hester days, the Dante Hall days, man, Leon Washington days. So I'm with it.
I want it to be to the extent where you have excellent returners feuding over who's the best returner. Then we'll be in the heyday. Yeah. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. Coming up at 45 after on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Brock and Salk on the home of your American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal Raleigh, how do you handle the knowledge that you guys are one of the best teams in the league right now?
This isn't a fun, cute story anymore. This is who we want to be. And if you want to get here and you want to do this, you have to have those expectations. We're not really focused on, can we do it? Or the hope factor. No, we know that we're good enough.
Catch every one of Brock and Salk's interviews from Mariners spring training on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's February, and we're a month into those fitness goals and resolutions. And are you already tired of the crowded gyms and sweaty machines? Maybe you're ready to upgrade your fitness equipment in your own home. Well, I got the place and some deals for you. Hey, Brock Heward here with my friends at Top Fitness. Right now, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor, True, or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness sells the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire Stairmaster, and much more. It's trade-in days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get in the best shape of your life. Top Fitness has the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state of Washington, and their staff will truly show you why. It's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stores. Top Fitness has locations at Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. And remember, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit today. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
It's flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp, too. We just couldn't help ourselves. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now, we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back.
This is real fish.
At participating restaurants.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
It's Olympic Hot Tub's floor model finale. Don't experience FOMO. Get in now and save thousands on remaining 2025 floor model hot tubs. But hurry, our floor model finale ends February 28th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
The celebration continues.
We never wavered, man. We believed in each other. We loved each other.
On the home of your Super Bowl champion Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Copstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Andre. Andre, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I were going to get married, and we wanted to combine our insurance for both home and auto.
Were they able to save you any money?
The money they quoted us was actually the same as what we were paying separately. However, the coverage that we received was immensely greater than what we were previously receiving. It's quite scary how unprotected we were with our previous coverage. Under First Mark, I'd probably say we doubled the coverage that we had. It was a huge deal.
What would you tell others they can expect when they make that call to First Mark?
Take the 15-minute phone call. It's totally free. It's not going to cost me a thing. And the very least that could happen is just gain a better understanding. The best that could happen is you could either save money or get much better coverage, which is exactly what happened.
Andre did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This is what those freaks at M&M are coming out with. The 3 new bake shop flavors. Okay, these are all M&Ms. Tell me which one you would actually try. Lemon meringue pie.
Lemon meringue pie.
I'd try that.
Yeah, I'd do that.
Cherry chocolate cupcake.
Cherry?
Sure,
I'd do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll give it a shot.
Peanut butter cinnamon roll.
Oh, yes. 100%.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
That's number one on that list.
I think it goes number 1, 2, 3 in reverse order of where they were, for sure. I was just saying during the break that M&M's, Oreos, and then Brennan and I agreed that definitely coffee creamer. That's where you find the weirdo flavors. The freaks out there making just all kinds of crazy flavors. Congratulations to M&M. I'm going to buy all 3. We were having a conversation earlier with Jason Churchill, who was kind enough to join the show, and I asked him about a recent ESPN ranking by Bradford Doolittle, who's wonderful, and it is a compliment that he said that the Mariners have the 4th best lineup in baseball. I mean, he has them top 5. This is high praise for the Seattle Mariners. He's not down on Seattle by any means. Yeah. However, he has them graded. He went through each category, so he'd be like patience, power, approach, whatever. And he graded them a C with power. So I keep scrolling and I look, and he said, Cal Raleigh is just not going to get 60 home runs again. I don't know how they account for that. So that's in part where the knock on power comes from. So we asked Jason about it. Hey, do you feel like the Mariners accounted for the lack of home runs from Cal? Did they find that power elsewhere? And this is what he said.
I think power is just one way to go about things. The teams that hit the most home runs, aren't always, the best teams. I think the Angels were 4th in the majors in homers last year, and that's one of the worst teams you've ever seen in your life, right? Like they don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to win. They don't score runs consistently. They score 13 one night and 2, 3 nights in a row. Seattle was, 3rd in the bigs in homers. I think as long as they're over 200 or so, I think they're fine. I think they had 238 a year ago. I think what we're going to see is we're going to see more consistent bat to ball. I think we're going to see more hits. I think we're going to see Seattle's average climb a little bit, the on-base percentage climb a little bit, and it'd be a little bit less, home run based, more contact, things like that. Maybe more walks as well. They've always been a team that's walked plenty, a little under 9%, I believe, last year. But I think it's just a little bit of a different lineup now.
Okay, I've got one more, and it's about Cal in particular. Before I get to it, Bump, I loved this point from Jason saying, well, hang on a minute, like power can obviously look like home runs, but why are you assuming by any means that like the home runs Cal isn't going to get are somehow translated to like they just disappear? There's no production there. It's just that's automatic outs that are assigned to this team.
So essentially saying don't believe the hype when it comes to Cal and his home run capabilities. Is that what you're saying? Is that how you interpreted that?
No, I interpreted it as Doolittle saying, hey, Cal's great, but he's not going to get 60 home runs. Where's the power going to come from? And Churchill saying, respectfully, I think there is still a lot of power in this lineup. The mistake is in assuming that Cal not hitting 60 home runs means they have drastically less power.
Yeah.
Like they've added contact. They've got really smart players, and maybe Cal has more extra base hits. Maybe he gets on base more often. Maybe he's more productive as a hitter, or maybe he draws more walks. Like it doesn't mean that he's a worse player for not having those.
Maybe young Julio hits 40 bombs this year.
Drew, another thing.
Like he's got it in him. He's got multiple seasons with over 30 bombs so far. Let me see. He's got 2 seasons with 32 home runs. And we feel like if he just gets off to a better start, he could easily put up 40 for them things. And then you have Arozarena, who's been a streaky type of hitter. You got Josh Naylor, who's put up a decent season when it comes to bombs. I think his best season was 2024. He had 31 of them things. So, yeah, just because Cal ain't going to hit 60 don't mean they're not going to be a powerful type of team.
Exactly.
I think Donovan adds contact to it. We're not expecting Donovan. He is, 12 a year or something like that. But no, do they have to be the powerful team they were last year to compete this year?
Bam.
I don't think so. I think with Donovan and with a healthy rotation, you don't have to be that. Put the ball in play and let's score runs.
I think that's what Jason's really getting at, too. He talks about it here, like, don't assume that because a ball didn't leave the park that it was caught or that it was fielded, right? Like, Cal's home run total going down could mean his on-base percentage goes up.
Yeah. Is he going to hit 60 home runs again? I mean, probably not. Nobody thought he was going to hit, even 50 last year, and he hit 60. But assuming he only hits 35 or something more reasonable.
Oops, too similar to the cut. I'm just going to leave it alone. But I summarized his main point, which was there's a world where Cal hits I think Jason said, like, what if he hits 267 or 270 or, instead of 240 with all those bombs? Would you not still want that version of Cal, a Cal Raleigh that gives you 38 home runs and is hitting 270 and has a ton of RBI still? Yeah. That's insanely valuable.
Yeah, I think that his production last year will devalue whatever he does this year if he doesn't kind of match that, which is unfortunate. I think we have to keep in perspective that he had the best season a catcher's ever had. It's like, all right, well, a couple notches down still means that he's still one of the best catchers in the game. That's the price of greatness, man. Once you reach a certain point of production, people expect that every single year. I think most people aren't expecting that when it comes to Cal, but I also think that because he did that, whatever he does this year it's never gonna amount to that. And it's almost unfair because he can still be the best catcher in the game and not hit those numbers.
It is unfair. In fact, if he improves defensively, let's say he gets a platinum glove again, or certainly returns to getting a gold glove, I don't think that carries as much weight, unfortunately, in like a national conversation when you've already been the home run king.
Mm-hmm.
You won a home run derby in the year that you led the league in home runs. That's insane, and it was a hell of a story, but I think that there were a lot of people around the country that learned about Cal Raleigh for the first time. And because of that, for the first time, we're figuring out, well, what makes the Mariners good?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the assumption prematurely is, oh, if Cal doesn't hit 60 bombs, are they as good? It's like, well, what if they're better than they were last year? Because I don't think Cal's going to suddenly hit only 20.
Right.
And to your point earlier about Julio, so you think that there's no world where Julio outperforms? Like, Cal outperformed expectation.
Mm-hmm.
Why can we not assume in 2026 that someone else could do that? What if George pitches like a Cy Young front runner? You know?
I mean, that's what you get out of championship type of teams, right?
Yeah.
Someone has an outstanding performance. And if you have the expectations of winning a championship, something like that has to happen within this group. So why not? You got the personnel to have that type of year, so why not do it?
I think we just don't learn our lessons. Like, you could have said that about the Seahawks, where it's like, what are you going to do without DK and Tyler? Well, I don't know. Someone could outperform expectations. And Jackson Smith-Njigba did.
Mm-hmm.
We all knew he could be great, but like, I feel like people don't leave room for good surprises. They only try to make room for disappointment.
Yeah.
That was
a bar.
That
was a bar.
I felt
That
like
was a
it
bar.
was. I felt like it was a baby bar. Like it was.
No,
almost
it was
there,
a bar.
Right?
It just has to marinate a little bit.
Yeah, you just had to think on
Yeah,
it. It needed the silence, I
Yeah.
think. I think it really needed that. But really, I think too, like having been a writer and reporter, like it's natural to be really critical and.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I liked the way Jason looked at it. Our full interview with Jason Churchill is going to be on the Bump and Stacy podcast. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. Send those now.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2 on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
That experience of last year being part of the most successful season in Mariners history, how much does that help the players grow? I wonder how it impacts Dan Wilson. How much better can he be in year 2?
You know, I don't know. He's still going to go with his instincts. His instincts got us to 8 outs away from the World Series.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would rather get my teeth drilled than go to a car dealership. But good news is that changed because of Wayscar Ford in Auburn. The first time I went out there, I was nervous. Just being at a car dealership brings a lot of pressure. I feel like I'm going to get ripped off or pressured to make a decision that day that I'm clearly not ready for. But instead, I felt immediately comfortable because there's absolutely no pressure at Wayscar Ford, period. And they back that up with a 5-day or 500-mile, 100% no questions asked money-back guarantee. Wayscar Ford is only going to sell you a car if you want to buy one. So if you want a low-pressure experience, Wayscar Ford in Auburn is where you need to go. By the way, they don't just have Fords, they have everything. Take it from me. Or check out their reviews. They have thousands of 5-star reviews. You can buy with confidence. Wayscar Ford has been family-owned and operated in downtown Auburn for over 103 years. And trust me, you don't stay in business that long by not taking care of people. See it for yourself at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. That's wayscarford.com.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Your new home is now ready. D.R. Horton, America's builder, has new homes that are ready today. With new construction communities throughout the Puget Sound and Central Washington areas and more coming, D.R. Horton has the right home for you. At D.R. Horton, we're still building with more construction, more communities, and more homes available every day. Find your new home, now ready at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Home of your Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks.
They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest.
Seattle Sports.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. 866-979-3776. Sports or not sports. It doesn't matter. In fact, I'm starting outside of sports for our first listener question. My wife's friend is constantly showing us houses they want to buy in Seattle, says a listener. What I need to know. How do we bring up the fact that we know their parents are paying for them?
You don't bring the price range is well outside of their.
So
why would you bring it
I'm
up?
asking this listener to send some additional context because I wouldn't bring it up either. But like, is it that your friends are saying like
they're bragging?
Right. Yeah. Is it that they're bragging?
Or like the neighborhoods that they're showing, like, look where we're going to try to move to.
Yeah, like
Loyal
if they're,
Heights.
And it's like, I know for a fact you can't afford that on your own.
if they're super braggy about it, or like maybe knocking your own place or your own neighborhood, I'd start thinking about, I don't think I could say it directly. It would have to be passive aggressive. Because I don't think you just bring up while your parents are paying for it.
Why does it matter?
Well, imagine if you had someone who's not like a tight friend. Let's say it's like a friend of a friend. And they were critiquing, I don't know, I think that's fair. Like, they were just critiquing your house and your place and all this stuff when, like, theirs was completely paid for by their parents.
Yeah, if that's the case, then for sure. But if they're just talking about what they're doing, I don't care.
Okay, now I need to know. I need to know what they were saying. Okay, they said, we know for a fact they can't afford on their own and are looking at $1 million homes. Well,
So?
I mean, if their parents are paying for it.
I would be very nice to them and try and spend as much time at that $1 million home as I possibly can.
I was going to say, you can think about it that way. You get to go.
It's not your money.
Yeah, you get to go watch Super Bowl parties at your friend's $1 million home, and then you guys privately can be like, that would be nice.
You should drive the price up. Get them to go to like the Bluff in Magnolia or Highland Drive or something. Get a real nice spot.
Man, that's pillow talk. You lay down with wifey and be like, their parents paying for that.
Yeah. I think you keep it in-house.
Yeah.
And have that as just a shared thing that you guys both quietly judge. But I don't know. I think their parents presumably want to do this for them, can afford to do it for them. They're looking at stuff that's within the price range. I think it's okay. What I need to know, heads or tails?
Tails.
Never fails.
I always choose heads.
I believe the Super Bowl was heads, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why.
She was wrong, Stacey.
I would have won the Super Bowl toss.
Yeah. Would have chosen to defer.
Lost the game, though.
Just because Joe Montana didn't actually flip the coin.
What I need to know.
He didn't?
No, he just lifted it and it dropped straight down.
Come on, Joe.
Someone said.
I couldn't tell you I was in the booth, watching the game live.
Someone said the texter sounds just as jealous.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't care how you get your house.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Right? This ain't the 1950s where you get a home for $10,000 and live off of $30K a year.
Everyone's just saying, I don't know, man, you sound like a hater.
For real. Why does it matter? Get your house. Celebrate you.
I would totally get it if they were bragging and criticizing you, but I don't think.
But then you shouldn't be friends with those people anyway.
I mean,
why are you spending your time on that?
Would you even want your friend if you were saying, oh, I'm thinking of looking at this place, to go, is that within your price range?
No.
I love how it's the consensus of the text. There's not a single person that is on this texter's side.
No. You sound like
texter.
a hater.
Yeah.
Don't be that person.
See if their parents will buy something for you.
Yeah, they seem to have wealthy parents.
You gotta get an in.
I think you weasel your way into that family is what I think you do.
Right.
What I need to know, should I be disappointed or compassionate if my wife falls asleep when we're watching TV together?
She's tired. She's tired. Just listen, you fall asleep while we're watching TV and you fall behind on something, don't be asking me to rewatch.
Yeah,
that's on you.
I'm not rewinding.
Yeah, no.
That's
Sorry.
fair.
You get a 5-minute synopsis if I can remember, and then we're right back into it.
Yeah, I think that as long as she's not saying, can you pause it? Let's go to bed. Let's end the night. And you're like, I want to know what happens.
You go to sleep when the episode is done. But if you go to sleep during the episode, I'm obligated to finish this episode.
I just don't like pausing episodes. Power through. You know what I mean?
Your eyes are all bloodshot.
Yeah, power through, finish the episode like an adult. It's like Curtis yesterday talking about the grocery store, just like an adult, and start the next one. What I need to know: last weekend, I went to see the Lombardi Trophy in Bellevue. The gentleman in front of me kept calling it the Super Bowl trophy. Do you think it's annoying when it has a name?
Nah, he just doesn't know ball. It's whatever.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
At that point, if you try to correct him, you come off as kind of the pretentious one.
Mm-hmm. It's all good.
Like, there are a lot of things that I hear when Bump, you probably get this too, like when you're out at a bar and you hear somebody say a sports term wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I want to correct them, but I also don't want to open that can of worms, because then you're just fighting over semantics.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody likes that.
Different question. What's the worst named trophy, and why is it the Commissioner's Trophy for the MLB? That's just disgusting.
Yeah, and the commissioner don't care about that trophy. It's just a piece of metal anyway.
Yeah.
Lombardi's
Cup's
great.
coolest.
Stanley Cup's cool.
That's the cool.
What's
Even
what's
Larry
the NBA?
O'Brien?
Larry O'Brien, yeah.
I think the ones that are the conference championship trophies that are just named after prominent owners and people, former owners.
The Lamar
The
Hunt.
trophy redesign that the NFL did of the conference championship one's awful.
I was so confused because I remember watching Matt
It used to be like
Hasselbeck
circular.
hold up the trophy, and then I took a picture with the conference championship trophy. I'm like, this
It's like a hollowed out football
this
now.
isn't what Matthew was holding up.
Yeah, the Matt Hasselbeck era NFC Championship trophy slaps.
Yeah.
This one ain't it. But you know what? You're not playing for that one. You're playing for the Lombardi. And we got 2 of them things.
2 of them things.
Someone said he and his wife had a Netflix viewing divorce. They said, I went to work, she stayed home and binge watched the entire show. I think it was 30 Rock.
Wow.
That's unacceptable. That right there is betrayal.
Did she open up another user profile? Because you know how your Netflix has 4 or 5 profiles you can use. Did she open up one of those profiles?
I've done that.
And watched on that one, and then went back to the main one, and then had to act surprised at every episode. Whoa!
You know what I've done?
way.
I used to live with my very best friend. And so when we were watching our shows, obviously we have all our Bravo trash TV. There were some shows where I was so into it and we have a shared TV, shared account. And I knew that it would show video watched. So either you have to distract them so they don't see it and then restart, or you have to watch it through another app, or I would buy it on Apple, where you buy the episodes.
You went to that extent?
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, I love my shows. What I need to know, if the Mariners don't get to a World Series this year, would you consider it a failure of a season?
Depends on what's happening around them, honestly. Depends on the journey. The journey will give you a better perspective on things.
I have to get back to a retort from someone on finishing the episode. They said, show compassion for the person you love and pause the show unless you don't really love them.
Nope.
That's selfish on their part.
Nope. I'm finishing the episode.
I think it's fine to finish the episode. You don't get to start 2 or 3 more. But 15, 20 minutes left, they're asleep. They can catch up, or you can just tell them what happened.
Yeah.
And then you can go and watch your own show. Then it's your own time. Not a bad spot to be in.
866-979-3776. Someone said this whole segment should just be letting people know they need to mind their own business. I don't know, man. I don't mind when they don't mind their business and then text it in.
Yeah, be messy, please.
Be messy by all means. But we will have an honest ruling on the messiness.
Yeah.
And the ruling was, you might be a hater.
You low-key hate. You jealous.
Yeah.
I get it. My
totally
parents weren't rich either.
Totally get it. What I need to know, does it bother you when someone sits and waits on you to pull out of a parking spot when there's plenty available 20 yards away? I got into an argument with a girlfriend the other day because I wouldn't start my car and leave the spot because someone was waiting for me.
No, it doesn't bother me. You're just going to be on my time, though. I'm not rushing.
Yeah. Well, now I'm slowing myself up because I'm refusing to leave the spot. We're in a standoff here.
I'm low-key petty, too. I'm low-key petty. I might turn the reverse lights on and just chill on the brake for a little bit.
Wow.
So the second I
You're
see the
menace.
lights come on, I'm like, yes. God, nightmare. Wyman and Bob coming up next on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2 on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Brendan Donovan, the latest acquisition for your Seattle Mariners. He's a guy who gets on base. He doesn't strike out much. He's your leadoff hitter.
You know, everything that he says, he's a grinder. He loves baseball, and I love that, man.
Yeah,
Which
somebody
is a good
just
thing, man.
all about baseball.
Yeah.
That's his sole focus.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Luxury has arrived. It's Mike Salkier, and the all-new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is now open, featuring a destination spa, the expanded non-smoking space, and breathtaking views of the Cascades. You can catch every game at Hawks Peak, over 66 televisions, plus that 2,000-seat entertainment venue and exciting new dining options. Effortless style, the utmost in relaxation. You can book now at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months, or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM.